It's a red-letter day in Sao Paulo. The Brazilians have flocked to Interlagos to cheer on their favourite son. Rubens Barrichello was born just outside this racetrack. His record in his home Grand Prix is poor. Just one finish in 7 starts. But with a Ferrari in his hands, these locals are absolutely convinced this will be Rubinho's day. Hello there, welcome to Interlagos. You know, they haven't had crowds and excitement here since the days of Ayrton Senna. And now Rubens Barrichello, like Senna, a Paulista, a native of Sao Paulo, has a car capable of going all the way. But his opposition today has been reduced by 2 following the very unusual withdrawal of the Sauber team yesterday. Mika Salo emerging unhurt and very shaken after a 180-mile-an-hour crash. His rear wing had collapsed. Teammate Pedro Diniz had identical problems. He misses his home race as Sauber pull out.
Since we cannot conduct a efficient investigation until we return to Hinwil and cannot therefore effect a satisfactory cure overnight, we also have no option but to withdraw from tomorrow's Brazilian Grand Prix.
I think it's a very brave decision from Peter, but I think also it's right decision. We obviously have a problem with the wings, and it's not safe to continue. So I was lucky this morning not to hurt myself at all, and maybe next time we're not so lucky, because obviously there's still something wrong.
I had a wing failure on my quick lap, and now Sauber decided to withdraw the race because the car is losing the rear wing, and it's very dangerous. So I'm very disappointed.
That really hurts. Pedro Diniz missing his home Grand Prix. Delighted to say we're joined by Jackie Stewart. Jackie, a big campaigner for many, many years for greater safety in this sport. What's your spin on what's happened here this weekend?
Well, I think probably Peter Sauber's done a brave thing, but probably the correct thing, Jim. The track is largely to blame for this. There's not only been 1 wing failure, 2 in his cars, but the Prost lost a wing this morning. There was a well-established, well-known team who also had 2 wings, part of the structure crack or break on Friday. They resurfaced the racetrack, but what they didn't do was look after the subsidence of the racetrack. And there's an immense amount of pressure being put on certain components, and one of those is the rear wing, which is a very large component, and of course indigenous to the grip of the car. Without it, I mean, it can cause the most horrific accident.
Well, let's hope everything's okay this afternoon, of course. And listen, there are 70,000 plus Brazilians here, all looking towards Rubens Barrichello. He drove for you last year, didn't he? You know him really well, Rubens. Do you think he can deliver here today?
Well, he delivered for us last year, and we let him down.
The European at the
there you
Nürburgring,
see him on the podium. There you see Paul, my son, obviously affected, and Daddy's up there, the first podium I'd been on since I retired as a driver. And Rubens, obviously, is a very talented driver. He led the race for us last year. He put the car in 3rd position on the grid last year for us. He's got the ability to do it. He's got to get through the first corner on the first lap cleanly. He's got to make a good start. The Ferraris are well known for starting well. They seem to have extremely good traction when the lights go off.
You say that with a bit of a glint in your eye.
Well, let's put it this way. There's a lot of speculation as to how quickly they can get off the start line, and they seem to do it with consistency. But Rubens is certainly a very skilled and talented driver. Somebody, I reckon, is certainly going to win a Grand Prix very soon, because he's never won a Grand Prix, and it's going to come this year with Ferrari.
Thanks very much, Jackie. By the way, we've got a competition coming up a little bit later on. You can actually win the helmet that Rubens wore in that race at the Nürburgring. Got to welcome Tony Jardine. Hi, Tony. Let's look back at the qualifying session. I mean, it was ruined by the incompetence of the officials here. Advertising hoardings blown over the circuit, 3 stoppages, but at the end of it all, normal service resumed. Mika Hakkinen on pole again.
Well, the king of qualifying, Mika Hakkinen, he was superb in that. He went out early on and responded to Michael Schumacher's early provisional pole, and he set a 14.4 there. He went out later on and he did a 14.1, which is over 2 seconds inside the pole from last year. The resurfacing has helped a bit, the combination of the tyres and just the new cornering into the first corners. DC's had a very good weekend so far, and he went into 2nd place. It's been reliable so far. He's looking for a birthday present tomorrow, maybe on top of a cup for McLaren, and he's done very well indeed. Very pleased with his performance.
It's very much an away game, though, for McLaren here, but Hakkinen and Coulthard quickest in warm-up as well. What about Michael Schumacher? Never on pole, but always a threat. Never on pole here, I should say.
Much closer, about 4/10 in it now, and he's closed the gap. Ferrari have closed the gap, and he's talking with confidence, making a lot of noise about that. And of course, Ron Dennis is seeing red about that as well. But early on, he had problems. His trademark overdoing, overcooking, and Jackie talked after Australia. He was guilty of overdriving. Look at that, caught the curb, and you don't want to be doing that outside of turn one. There's new drainage channels down there, gutters, big curbs. And he had to take the spare car after that, and there he briefly got second place and ended up with third place in the Ferrari. He said it doesn't matter too much here because I can overtake at this track.
Now, Jackie, Eddie Irvine, I know you came here not expecting too much, perhaps, your Jaguar team, but Eddie Irvine's right up there on the third row for you.
Yes, he qualified 6th fastest. He did a very good job for us. The car's going quite well. The engine's powerful. We had a little bit of unreliability, certainly in Australia, and we haven't had quite the amount of pre-season testing. But Eddie's a very experienced driver. He strung it together. He got his 6th position. We were then affected very heavily by the rain, and I think that did affect the grid lineup. And with all of these advertising hoardings falling down, one of them actually colliding with Jean Alesi's car as it went around the circuit was horrendously dangerous. And, well, the bottom line was practice time was affected and the rain arrived and we held our 6th position, which is fine, but it's very close from 5th fastest right back to 10th fastest. There's hardly a breath in it.
Okay, Jackie, thanks very much. We're going to be talking to Jenson Button in a moment, by the way. Jenson up there in the top 10. You know, it's ironical and rather disconcerting as we sit here chatting to you from Interlagos that we're surrounded by the favelas, the shanty towns of Sao Paulo. But at the same time, the world of Formula One just gets richer and richer, around about £150 million in sponsorship money alone this year. Here's James Allen.
Renault's acquisition of the Benetton team last week and the influx of new sponsors proves that Formula One has never had it so good. Renault paid the Benetton family £75 million for the team, although the cars won't be rebadged as Renault's until the 2002 season. The French car maker has a wonderful history in Formula One, stretching back to the 1970s. They've won 6 world championships, including the 1995 championship for drivers and constructors with the Benetton team. The man in charge back then was Flavio Briatore, and now he's back in charge, having put this whole deal together. So what's he going to do to revitalise the 5th place team?
Immediately nothing. I believe I don't want to change anything immediately because in Benetton was so many changes in a very short time. I believe we need to give confidence to these people, bring some motivation, some discipline. And the people need to realize I don't want to be 6 in the grid or in front of the toilet in the garage. You know, this is not the position I want for this team.
There's a lot of big business going on in the pit lane. This season has seen more new sponsorship money coming in than ever before, over £150 million from new backers, as well as manufacturer cash from Mercedes, BMW and Jaguar. The reduction of tobacco sponsorship is attracting a new generation of companies from telecoms and the internet who are wading in with serious money, and the trend is set to continue.
It's probably been the most exciting winter from a commercial point of view that Formula One's known in a long time. Lots of new names coming in from new exciting industries, telecoms, internet, computers. It's great. We've grown the sport to such a stage now that nobody can actually afford to ignore it. It's not, you know, an aristocratic rich man's plaything anymore. It's serious business.
Bernie Ecclestone has chosen this moment to sell 50% of his stake for £1.2 billion. Money is rolling in.
Good, obviously, isn't it? There's a lot more, I mean, all the manufacturers are coming in, a lot more new sponsors coming in. Just a lot more interest in general.
Bernie is planning a flotation in 2 years' time. Forget the dot-com gold rush. Formula One is clearly the real business to be in.
Tell you what, Jackie, it's a juicy old game now. Can anybody do what you've done, form your own team and succeed?
I think it's going to become more and more difficult. We did it without the tobacco money, and the tobacco money is still the largest producer of funds within Formula One. But Formula One itself is becoming bigger and better almost every year. Certainly the television audience, for example, is enlarging on a global basis. More than 5.7 billion people watch this race with delays in satellites, etc.
Good to see you in the British Racing Green. Almost, people tell me, that the Jaguar. What are your expectations for your team today?
the parent company, Ford, bought our business, the Stuart Grand Prix company, last year. They've invested a lot more money in it. We've got a lot more facilities, and it's for that reason we had to sell. If we're going to be competitive with Ferrari and McLaren, we couldn't do it just as a private team. It simply wasn't possible. So it was either tobacco money or selling the company to get the funds, and I think I made the right decision.
And today, quickly, Jackie, what do you expect from your drivers today?
I think if Eddie's running at the end of the race, and we think we've got a reliable car here, I think he will finish in the top 6. And I think Johnny's got a lot on his plate to come through from 17th, but he can finish certainly in the top 10.
Jackie, we always appreciate you joining us. Thanks very much indeed, and all the best this afternoon, of course. Tony, let's have a little talk about the qualifying session, shall we? I mean, we've talked about the qualifying. Let's just check on the grid on how things line up on that grid. And there they are at the front again, third year running, Coulthard and Hakkinen.
Yeah, pretty similar to Australia with them both being there, but Hakkinen third consecutive pole at Brazil, and Coulthard very close to him. Ferraris haven't been on pole here in Brazil. In fact, last time they were on pole in Brazil was 85 with Alboreto, but they're on the second row. And on the third row there, you have Irvine, a great performance from him to take 6th place. And Fisichella, under new management there, Briatore fired a few rockets, and they've all responded very well indeed. And we look back there, Heinz-Harald Frentzen, he didn't get good runs in between the rain and the red flags, but Zonta ahead of Villeneuve, significant there. You can see Villeneuve there in 10th. Jenson Button inside the top 10, first time here. Just a fabulous performance from him, tremendous. But can he do the uphill start alongside the world champion? He's going to have to summon all his cool for that start. And his teammate, Ralf Schumacher, behind him, trouble with spring rates. Jarno Trulli, bad boy, not happy the team because he spun off on his first qualifying lap. Verstappen was 5th today in the warm-up.
Never got a clear run.
No, he suffered from traffic for the second race in a row. And Lazy, who Jackie said suffered from the advertising hoardings falling
and
across the car, very dangerous. And his rear wing fell off the spare car. Herbert, trouble with the setup back in 17. Genet down there as well. And then Heidfeld, Mazepin closing up at the back of the grid. Nobody at the back, of course. 2 Saubers who have withdrawn.
Good, thank you very much indeed, Tony. Well, the noise you're hearing, the pit lane is open. 25 minutes to go to the start of the Brazilian Grand Prix. But there goes Rubens Barrichello looking to end a very long streak. 113 without a win it is. And they'll blow him round if they can here in Sao Paulo. Well, as we've been saying then, terrific promise from Jenson Button. He had all sorts of problems in practice. He crashed the car. He was short of laps as well. But he still out-qualified his Williams teammate, Ralf Schumacher. That really is a terrific achievement. Here he is then talking to Louise Goodman.
You started the Australian race from 21st on the grid and got up as high as 6th. What can you do starting from 9th?
Starting from 9th, it's going to be a lot more tense, I think, on the first few laps in the middle of the pack. But I don't know, it'd be good to get to the finish and get in the points, but we'll see. I'm just going to concentrate on getting a good start to start with, and then see what happens after that.
Presumably, in a lot of ways, the higher up the grid you are starting, the easier your job is, but are there any ways that it makes life more difficult?
I'm sure it does on the first lap. The first corner is going to be pretty intense with the cars in front and behind. Before it was just in front, so it's going to be pretty intense, but it's going to be a good experience, and hopefully I'll come out of the corner. Hopefully in front of a couple, we'll see. You got any worries about mixing it with the big boys? I think I did with a couple in Melbourne. I think every F1 driver is an impressive driver, so I think I've had a bit of practice that in Melbourne, and it would be nice to be up there with my teammate Ralf and hopefully move up the grid to get some points. But Melbourne, I mean, you were playing with the guys more at the back of the field. You're actually in there with the quick guys this time. Does that give you any worries at all? Does it make it more exciting? Or? It does. I can't wait. It's very good for experience because I haven't driven against most of the drivers out there, so it's always going to get better, more experience for every race really, and then hopefully after the season I'll be more complete.
We'll be watching him closely, everyone watching Rubens Barrichello. Uphill start for them all, cars going anti-clockwise. It's a real pain in the neck for the drivers. Let's join Jarno Trulli in the Jordan. Martin Brundle talking you round.
You're on board with Jarno Trulli in the Jordan over the notorious bumps on the pit straight, about to start a new flying lap. Curve 1, come from up high, fall down the hill towards the Senna, 60 miles an hour. Initially, Curva de Sol should be flat out. It's raining a little bit, 120 on the exit already. A short back straight, slightly downhill towards Descida de Lago, 185 miles an hour. Lose 105 of that now. Turn in quite early, then let the car run wide, using the curb for a bit of extra grip now. Easily flat out through this left-hander. You're heading towards Ferradura. Place the car on the left-hand side. Now listen to Trulli just play with the throttle ever so gently. As he pops over the top of the hill, the back of the car will go slightly light and immediately into turn 8. Just 55 miles an hour, using all of the curb. And we've got to get past this Jaguar. 55 miles an hour again. Pinarino heading slightly uphill to Pico de Pato. Try and break in a straight line once again. Get the car in early. Still a lot of understeer there for Trulli. And downhill towards Merguglio. Can he take it flat out? No, he can't. A slight lift. The car compresses in the bottom of the hill. 150 miles an hour down to 60. Juncao, the most important corner on the track. Again, use all of the track available to you. A nice, clean sweep. There's a double left-hander. Move to the outside again. Now down. Tuck in the pit lane. Look at the pit wall on the left. Over the bumps and over the start-finish line now.
Thank you, Martin. All those fans know the first corner is absolutely crucial. Coming up, Martin's grid walk and our competition as we gear up for the start in Brazil.
Jos Verstappen, a very good
Mein Kollege Nick Damon wird vielleicht noch einmal mit einem neuen Versuch
to Barrichello Crazy Interlagos, the Brazilian Grand Prix is the second race of the new season. Over the winter there have been changes on the cars, and you should really know about the most important developments.
Formula 1 rules haven't changed now for 3 years, which means there are no really big gains to be had in design. The engineers are just looking for nickels and dimes. Everybody's gone now for a hand clutch on the back of the steering wheel instead of the traditional 3-pedal layout. And everybody has also gone for the oil tank between the fuel tank and the engine, an idea first introduced by Stewart, now the Jaguar team. Has a big advantage when it comes to changing engines. You can do it in about 20 minutes flat. It also tidies up the airflow at the back of the car.
All the designers have tried to lower their car's centre of gravity to improve its handling through the corners, and they made them as light as possible as well, some as much as 80 kilograms underweight. They'll then add these ballast blocks to bring the car up to the regulation 600 kilograms. Now, the advantage there is that you can move the ballast around the car and change the weight distribution, and that's a really useful tool when it comes to balancing the handling of the car.
Copying someone else's successful ideas is a good shortcut to performance. Trendsetters like McLaren find their ideas replicated down the pit lane. Most have copied the chassis fins, the low nose concept and the front wing design. Jaguar and Sauber have copied Ferrari's high exhausts. If you can't beat them, join them.
The trend in engine design continues towards smaller, lightweight units. Jaguar's new CR2 is the lightest, weighing in at 97 kilos. Manufacturer interest in the sport is high. Honda are back with a works engine, and BMW have returned to the Grand Prix scene. But the most noticeable development on the engine front is the distinctive wail of the new Mercedes. Just listen to this.
Well, there's plenty still to come from engines. There's plenty still to come also from aerodynamics, one of the key growth areas. Most of the teams have their own wind tunnels now, and you can make tiny detail changes, make a lot of difference when added together. Arrows have done some nice work. This is a very smooth, aerodynamic car. It's all about getting the air to flow nicely over the top of the car, and the dirty air churned up with the front wheels, getting that nicely away at the back.
Sometimes you need to take a step backwards to take 2 steps forward, and that's the case at Benetton this year. The design team have adopted a back-to-basics approach. That temperamental front torque transfer system is gone. The whole aerodynamic package is far simpler, and the car is much more user-friendly. Last year it took the mechanics an hour to change the gear ratios. This year they can do it in 20 minutes, and that means less time spent in the garage and more time spent out on the track.
When it comes to computers, the future is already here. This tag unit designed for McLaren is part of the most powerful computer ever seen on a racing car. About 4 times the power of your home PC. Just this bit here is 35 grand. What's really cool is it's part of an internet. All the different computers controlling the different functions of the car, and they're all talking to each other.
Thank you, James. Well, now the competition I told you about at the start of the programme. Watch very carefully. You'll want to get your hands on the big prize. It's your chance to own a little piece of F1 history. Local hero Rubens Barrichello's actual race helmet, complete with sweat and tears, as he finished 3rd place at last year's European Grand Prix. And we're throwing in a Sony PlayStation with an F1 game for the winner and for the 5 runners-up. All you've got to do is answer this Rubinho-related question. With which Grand Prix team did Rubens Barrichello begin his Formula 1 career? Was it A, Jordan, B, Lola, or C, Stewart? A, Jordan, B, Lola, C, Stewart. The number to call, 0900 1 22 99 66. 0900 1 22 99 66. Don't hang around, the lines close at midnight on Wednesday. The very best of luck to you all, and we'll announce the winners at Imola in a couple of weeks' time. Well, then let's go down to a former teammate of Rubens Barrichello. What a fantastic atmosphere here at Interlagos. Of course, it's Martin Brundle. Martin.
Hello, yeah, thank you, Jim. This is my favourite grid of the year, without any doubt. It's like being in a very intimate, private theatre. Look at the fans. They're just looking down on top of the Formula 1 cars. You can barely see them for people. We'll have a little wander down in a minute. I just want to show you what the drivers are going to see at the beginning of the race. This is their run to the first corner there, and it doesn't seem very far, does it? But it's quite a good sprint. Let's head down the grid, Keith, and see what we can find. There's an enormous amount of work going on the cars. They seem to have been spending all morning putting them together. They come to the grid and they pull them apart again. Look, all the computers and laptops, they're still finally adjusting and checking the cars. Can you see the fan on the engine blowing air into the engine over there? And they're covering the car up, look, covers over the back of the car. They don't want the competition. This is the one time that the Formula One cars are really exposed for all of the other teams to come and have a look. So the team are working underneath that car, underneath the covers, look, trying to make sure people like us can't pry into them. Let's have a little wander down the grid. There's Mika Hakkinen. We spoke to him, of course, in Melbourne. Mika just wandering about. Look, he's got his ears, he's taped his earplugs in to his ear to make sure they don't rattle out as he goes through the race, particularly as you get a bit hydrated. Surprising how loose they can get. Let's see if we can have a quick word with Coulthard, front row sitter. If I can you get through there, Keith? DC, sorry to surprise you. Are you just undressing or dressing?
No, you're here, undressing, I guess.
How sweet of you. How's it going? You've got a great view down in the first corner, and second on the grid's not such a bad thing here, is it?
No, it's obviously there's a little more dust on the inside, but you can see from the sort of yellow plank marks that some people have run over this side of the track. So it's still possible to make a good start.
Yeah, okay, well, good luck. You need some points today, yeah? And
we're going for it. Make sure we get some points this weekend.
Excellent. Good luck, mate. See you later on. Let's have a... I think we're going to have to go this way, past the tyre trolley here, where they've got generators running, keeping the blankets. Look, the blankets are just coming off. They've got to have those tyres on the car before the 5-minute board. If not, they can't start the race. So generators keeping the tyres warm, so they come to the grid on an old set of tyres to make sure that you know, they can't pick up punctures. So the fresh tyres going on now. I want to just wander down here, come past the Ferraris. Look, they look gorgeous here on the second row of the grid. I'm sure they wish they were on the first row. Michael Schumacher says he really doesn't mind being here, and he told me again last night he doesn't mind being third on the grid, but I still don't believe him, actually. I've got just a little bit of time left. I wonder if I've missed Irvine. No, I haven't missed Irvine. Nearly walked past. Edmund, tell you what do you want to know?
What strategies is your boy on?
My boy's on a strategy that could win the race. What about you? You got a chance?
Of winning the race?
Yeah.
Hey, you've always got a chance in Formula One. You just never know what's going to happen. We keep qualifying reasonably well. We just got to, you know, we got to see what happens in the race. But we're in uncharted waters, basically. We don't know what will happen.
Right, we've got 10 seconds left. What do you think is going to happen today?
Well, if McLaren keep up their work, McLaren are doing their best to give it to Ferrari again, aren't they?
Oh, that's the same.
Let's hope they keep up the good work.
The same story as last year. Good luck anyway. Okay, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, well done, Martin, squeezing a few words out of Eddie Irvine there. And, well, you've got to feel sorry for that fella. Pedro Diniz should have been in the Sauber, but they, of course, have withdrawn from the race, just to underline that for you. OK, let us hear from Louise again, shall we? She has more on those Prost problems that Jackie Stewart was talking about.
Prost have confirmed they will race today despite Alesi's incident. The wing on the T-car was an older specification and the team are confident the problem will not affect the two race cars. But was it a difficult decision?
It's always a difficult decision, but I would not send the drivers if I was not very confident.
And the drivers are quite happy?
Yes, yes. As soon as they understand and we showed them the problem, and yeah, they are quite happy.
The last man to win in a Ferrari here. Fisichella has been going pretty well in the Benetton. Interlagos, Sao Paulo, a magnificent racetrack though. The McLaren record here quite superb. 9 victories in all, including back-to-back trophy triumphs for Hakkinen in the last couple of years. 10 years since that Ferrari win with Alain Prost. We have 3 British drivers in the top 10, Coulthard, Irvine and Button. The first corner is absolutely crucial. You won't want to miss a second of the Brazilian Grand Prix.
Patrick Head, are you surprised just the second race of the year and already Jensen's out-qualified Ralph?
Well, it was certainly a very good performance, particularly at a track which he'd never been to before, and it's quite a trick tricky track, and he had some problems in practice that prevented him doing the full mileage. So he's done a great job, but then we did find that Ralph had a few problems with his engine, and without that he probably would have been ahead. But great performance by Jensen, and he's certainly got a great future.
Now, obviously, Ralph is still your best chance in the race. If they're following each other, will you ask Jensen to move over?
I will have to leave that to your own conclusions, really, but we'll see how the race pans out anyway.
Patrick, thanks. Good luck.
And you're back with ITV Sport Live at Interlagos, Sao Paulo, where the Brazilians are out in huge numbers supporting the hometown boy, Rubens Barrichello. 113 races without a victory. Can Rubinho be a winner at last? Let's join Martin Brundle and, first of all, Murray Walker.
Well, can he? Well, of course he can, but will he? That's another thing altogether. Fourth on the grid. Half a second covers all four McLarens and Ferraris. And believe it or not, a further 0.3 of a second covers the next 11 places on the grid. Mika Häkkinen up there again, 23 times he's been in pole position. But the question, look across at the background of the city of Sao Paulo, and you can see a heavy overcast there. Is it going to rain? I forecast rain for the qualifying yesterday, and it happened. I didn't forecast that the circuit was going to come to pieces around everybody, and I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen again today. But there is a possibility of rain this afternoon. Not heavy rain. We had light precipitation, I think it's called, earlier this morning. The track is perfectly all right now, but as ever, anything could happen.
It's going to be a long, hard day, I think, for the drivers, especially if most of the race is run in dry conditions. They're all trying to find ways of supporting their neck. I'm sure you've heard about it earlier on in the programme. And it's not that easy to do because the regulations state that the area around, for example, Mika Häkkinen there is carefully controlled and with a certain amount of deflection in the foam. It doesn't just happen by chance. There's a lot of regulations to control that, and therefore they're not allowed to introduce too many things to support their head. And then if you start having straps, in fact, I think I can see one there on Coulthard's helmet, you start putting straps, you wrap them underneath your arm and put them on the side of the helmet, but it helps you going around left-handers, but it restricts your view going around right-handers, so there's no elegant solution to that at all. But it's going to be a tough race physically, tradition here physically anyway. But as we've said before, with the new track surface, a lot more grip. I'm expecting them also to do quite a long first run. I think with the new speed limit in the pits and the nature of the pit lane here, most of them, I think, will be doing one stop through the race, so you can expect them going quite a long way. And I think it's going to be close between the first 4 cars. They should scamper away a little bit, Murray. And then, as you pointed out, the rest of them, there's nothing to choose between them, is there?
That's right, and let's not forget that Eddie Irvine in the Jaguar is up there in 6th position. Jenson Button, in only his 2nd Grand Prix, is an amazing 9th. He started 21st in Australia, and he's ahead of his teammate, the very experienced Ralf Schumacher, who we have all regarded as one of the great young up-and-coming drivers. And he is about 25 years old. Well, he's been upstaged by a younger and more up-and-coming driver in his team. Jenson is just 20 years old, and it's very much a baptism of fire here. And it'll be the first time, of course, for him that he started a Grand Prix uphill.
Uphill and in the pack, and I'm assuming he's got some kind of mechanism to stop his car rolling backwards. There's quite an incline there on the grid. I don't know whether you could see that. Probably too many people around when I was down there with the camera. But and also Jenson's got to head into the first corner for the first time amongst some front-running Grand Prix cars in the middle of the pack. So good challenge for him, but sensational performance. I read somewhere he thought he'd be out qualifying Ralf Schumacher by the middle of the season, which I thought was a touch ambitious.
Pretty cool.
We're giving Ralf speed, and here we are in race 2, and he's done it already. And more to the point, he looked like he was going to qualify Ralf all weekend. He's always, despite having lost 2 engines, he's always had the edge on Ralf around this circuit. So spectacular performance there from Jenson, and he's now really got to bide his time in the middle of the pack. He's going to be quite angry up there.
Well, you've just seen Michael Schumacher, who came out of the pit lane. He's been in and out, as usual, very late indeed. He left it until just 2 minutes before the pit lane closed at 1/4 the hour. So they've been making some last-minute adjustments and probably checking the fuel and topping it up of the Ferrari. I'm expecting the one-stoppers to start coming in round about lap 45 out of 72. And those brown marks on the circuit are not dust. Those are scuff marks from the wooden planks underneath.
Yeah, Sonta's car there smoking quite badly on the line. Maybe just needs to get some revs up and clear the cylinders a bit. But Formula 1 engines are so finely manufactured. That's unusual. I think we've got some cars not got away from the grid. Now, so we've got several cars, Murray, stuck on the grid.
Well, in theory, they are allowed this year to catch up and regain their rightful grid position, which they weren't allowed to do before. I remember Michael Schumacher getting the black flag. Yes, Martin.
I think there's a bit of a grey area there, really. The main pack, the main thrust of the grid has gone. It was a Jaguar, I think, of Johnny Herbert was stuck behind them. One other car, then you saw the Benetton there, which was passing as now it's Alexander Wurz. And I think the 3 of them should have to start at the back of the grid because they were so well late away that I don't think they'll be allowed to. It is a bit of a grey area in the rule book, and I was asking about it only the other day, funnily enough. What is the situation if more than one car gets held back? Because there's a rule, if the pack is gone and you then can't regain your position, you have to start at the back. But of course, what constitutes the rest of the field? If there's 2 still behind you, you're not the last one over the line.
Temperature creeping up a little. Track temperature 33 degrees, but it was 42 degrees on Friday afternoon. As Mika Häkkinen leads David Coulthard in the red Ferrari, Michael Schumacher, followed by the Brazilian hero, Rubens Barrichello. There's Fisichella, Eddie Irvine in the Jaguar. The first Jordan is Heinz-Harald Frentzen. That was Villeneuve's VAR. And bringing up the back, you can see Mazzacane, the Argentine. Oh, he's not, because here's Wurz. You just saw the blue Benetton. Incidentally, I remind you, 20 cars starting this race, not 22, with the unfortunate but very sensible and brave withdrawal by Peter Sauber of his 2 Sauber cars after that wing breakage with Mika Salo yesterday. So the 2 Prost cars are starting with Jean Alesi and Nick Heidfeld for his 2nd Grand Prix. Alesi in 15th position. Very disappointing for him because he was 6th fastest on Friday morning, and the Prost was looking very good after having been flown back from Australia to Silverstone for testing and then out to Brazil.
Yes, look, and there is Johnny Herbert. He has regained his position, actually. Wurz has stayed at the back of the pack, but the other 2, it was Wurz that stalled and then blocked the other 2 from getting away. So Johnny's obviously chosen to say, hey, that's not my fault, I'm going to take my normal grid position.
72 laps. It's going to be a long, very hard, very hot race.
You saw all the yellow lines across the track where the cars have been bottoming out there, the shot before this one, and it's really pounding the drivers.
Someone coming into the pit lane, Martin, on the right. Didn't see who it was, quite possibly Wurz, because he's been having problems all today and all through the practice period. It is Alexander Wurz into the pit lane. Whether or not he'll be able to start from the pit lane. 2 lights, 3, and the Brazilian Grand Prix is... Go! Nice one, Häkkinen. Schumacher gets ahead of Coulthard. Schumacher attacking at the first corner, and Schumacher goes to Mika Häkkinen, and Barrichello is still behind David Coulthard, and Eddie Irvine is up into 5th position. Beautiful start by Eddie Irvine, gets ahead of Fisichella, up into the 5th position as they come down the straight. This is where Schumacher will attack as they come down into late descent. Häkkinen is having nothing of it. It's still McLaren Ferrari. They've all got round the first part of the lap unscathed, and Eddie Irvine in the Jaguar holds on to 5th position.
Yes, David Coulthard bogged down on the start line, got away poorly. That gave Michael Schumacher an easy run. Burt does start the race. I think he's not understood the regulations there, came into the pit lane. But Michael Schumacher looking particularly aggressive and menacing in the early stages. Eddie Irvine got a good start, had an enormous slide in turn 3, collected it all together, and they're in a strong 5th position. Jenson Button has dropped down a little bit to 12th place.
Well, that's not surprising. He's gone down from 9th to 12th. The first start with the pack, and there he is ahead of the arrows of Jos Verstappen, as coming through to complete the first lap out of 72. It's the 2 rivals again, as ever, and Schumacher's going for it.
He'll get it.
He's going to get
Schumacher
through on the inside. He'll get through, and Schumacher leads. Michael Schumacher attacks and gets through. Now the Ferrari is handling beautifully here.
And Barrichello too. Sorry, Murray. Barrichello passing Coulthard too.
Absolutely. The 2 McLarens have each been passed by their equivalents in the Ferrari team. And if Michael Schumacher can get ahead here, he's obviously going to be in a tremendously strong position. It's still Eddie Irvine in 5th, but look at the gap that's developing between Irvine in the green Jaguar and Fisichella in the blue Benetton. Well, Michael Schumacher is in a real up-and-at-it mood, attacking right from the beginning into turn 1 on the first corner. And now he's starting to stretch his lead. Now, is this an indication of how nimble the Ferrari is, or is it possibly an indication of the fact that he's on a lighter fuel load?
Could be. We'll have to see how that one shakes out. But Michael said he didn't care about being in 3rd, and well, he's certainly proven that to be the case, hasn't he? Passed Coulthard off the line, and then really Häkkinen couldn't place his car anywhere that would stop Michael Schumacher with a good slingshot, a good toe coming up the inside. Häkkinen probably should have defended on the left and made Michael go the long way round. I just knew Michael somehow was going to pass that McLaren under braking, and look at the way he's scampering away. It's
2 seconds lead, and out is going one of the course cars.
It was the health car, wasn't it? But I think he positions himself down at the bottom of the hill somewhere, so I don't think that Mercedes estate car is going to come onto the racetrack.
Well, this is here's a replay of Michael Schumacher at late descent on the previous lap, diving through on the inside of Mika Häkkinen, and you're a brave, determined man who can do that. Because Mika Häkkinen is right on top of his form this season. He showed us that while he was going in Australia, only to retire, as did his teammate David Coulthard. And of course, as a result of Ferrari finishing 1st and 2nd at Melbourne, they're leading the Constructors' Championship with 16 points, and McLaren have yet to score. So it's absolutely vital to the Woking team, who've been trying so hard and got such a superb Adrian Newey designed car, that they get to grips with the Ferraris. So Eddie Irvine there, Jaguar still in 5th position. Now look back, there's Fisichella. Behind Fisichella, it's Frentzen and Trulli. Behind Trulli is Zonta. He's ahead of his teammate Jacques Villeneuve. So the BARs are going extremely well. They qualified in 8th and 11th places, with Zonta ahead of his teammate Jacques Villeneuve. And there is Rubens Barrichello into the Senna S as Ron Dennis watches.
Yes, and to keep you up to speed on... now this is Michael getting in the slipstream, and... No, this must be Barrichello when he passed Coulthard. Yeah, when it was out of our shot initially, Coulthard does try to defend the inside line. The Ferrari's just got too much straight line speed for him.
Let me give you a little identification tip. Look at the top of Barrichello's helmet. His helmet is very like Schumacher's, except that it has a star right at the top of it. So that should give us an identification for help. So Michael Schumacher in the lead now by an incredible 3.4 seconds on lap 4 out of 72. Michael Schumacher stretching his lead all the time. 1 minute 16.6 was Michael Schumacher's fastest lap so far, and that compares with the lap record here of 1 minute 18.4, so he's well and truly broken the lap record already. But of course, to be fair to everybody, about 2 seconds of that is going to be accounted for by the resurfaced track as we ride with Rubens Barrichello, and ahead of him is Mika Häkkinen. Now the gap is only 1 second, and Barrichello is actually catching, you can see it visually, he's catching the McLaren of Mika Häkkinen, the double world champion, and pulling away, well away from David Coulthard. He is now nearly 3 seconds ahead of Coulthard as Rubens Barrichello, driving in only his second race for Ferrari, closes up on the rear wing of Mika Häkkinen's McLaren Mercedes. Wonderful drive.
Yes, Jenson, to keep you updated on Jenson Button, he's dropped another couple of places. We haven't seen it, but somewhere along the line, Jean Alesi is scorching through the field. He's now up to 11th. As Jenson, following teammate Ralf Schumacher, they're 13th and 14th.
OK, now you watch Barrichello and Häkkinen's in 3rd and 2nd places. Here are the top 10 on lap 5 out of 72. Schumacher now leading by an amazing 4 seconds. Mika Häkkinen 2nd, Rubens Barrichello and David Coulthard. There they are. Coulthard in 4th position, Barrichello in 3rd place. Eddie Irvine is 3 seconds behind Coulthard in 5th position and ahead of Fisichella by 2 seconds. Jarno Trulli is 7th. Frentzen is 8th. Jos Verstappen in the arrows, a magnificent 9th. And Barrichello is again showing his nose to the McLaren in front of him.
Häkkinen, yes, really stalking Häkkinen now. That Ferrari's got tremendous straight line speed, especially when it's in the slipstream of a McLaren. They're running virtually top level of downforce here, as they do at most circuits these days, and obviously the McLaren punching quite a hole in the air, and both Ferraris able to get a good slingshot on that. I don't think it'll be too long before Barrichello is having a go at Häkkinen for real into turn 1. Coulthard miles off the pace for some reason, down in 4th place, losing something over 2 seconds a lap, so hopefully he hasn't got a problem, but certainly way off the pace at the moment.
I have to say I'm unashamedly amazed at this, because the McLaren and the Ferraris were very, very close. Oh, and a puff of smoke from the rear of Mika Häkkinen's car. That was engine and not tyres. Has he got a problem? Well, we're back again with Barrichello now as he comes up to the Junção. They're climbing. Look at the grandstand up there. See what the gradient is here at Interlagos, this magnificent circuit. As he comes up, he's building up to 190 miles an hour. The gap between him and Häkkinen on the previous lap was about 0.3 of a second. It's still that as Häkkinen turns in. But now Michael Schumacher with another lap record leads by 6 seconds. And David Coulthard is obviously unhappy about something. He stalled at the start. Now, is this where Barrichello's going for?
No, he's not anywhere near close enough. But Coulthard's on different tyres, I think, to the front three, and that may be costing. But he has now got into the 1 minute 17s. But that's still a second and a half slower than Schumacher. We'll have to wait and see when Schumacher comes in for a pit stop. But the 4 of them now pulling quite quickly away, as we expected from Irvine and Fisichella, and the 2 Jordans giving good chase of Eddie Irvine and Mika Häkkinen once again locking up his wheels. And is this a position change?
Yeah,
I think
that's the Jordan going ahead of Fisichella. That's Jarno Trulli going up to 6th position by passing Fisichella in the Benetton. Now, we haven't really talked very much about tyres. Bridgestone, as ever, have got 2 compounds here, a medium one and a softer one. And if the circuit had been damp, it might just about have favoured the people on the softer compound, including David Coulthard. That is not the case. It is hot and it is dry. So the people on the harder tyres are going to benefit, and they include Michael Schumacher, Mika Häkkinen, the 2 Williams cars, which are pretty well down the field now. Michael Schumacher is the lead. Williams in third, Ralf Schumacher, as Häkkinen in second place, and
Michael Schumacher on that lap. Now Barrichello's got a sniff look, but down into turn 3 is very risky, I have to tell you. It's so bumpy on the way in. It's always been bumpy and slippery there, whatever surface they've had down. And Barrichello thinking better of it. Häkkinen defending the line well. Michael Schumacher virtually 2 seconds faster than anybody else on that last lap.
Yeah, 1 minute 15.9. That is 2.4 seconds faster than the previous lap record. And there is no doubt at all in my mind that Mika Häkkinen in the silver and black McLaren Mercedes is holding up Rubens Barrichello. You saw the Brazilian trying valiantly to get past the McLaren. In the meantime, of course, Michael Schumacher is taking advantage of the clear track and the fact that these two are holding up each other to extend his lead, which is now nearly 8 seconds, and that means a second a lap.
Yeah, Wirtz has stopped out on the track somewhere. We saw some smoke coming out of the back of the car, so Alexander Wirtz's awful afternoon is now over.
There's the proof as the fire extinguishers go off, and this will not be a meeting that Wirtz remembers with any affection. He's had awful problems all the time. James Allen, what's the news?
Well, Murray, Ferrari's pace here is not at all what we expected. There was 0.6 of a second difference per lap between a 1-stop and a 2-stop fuel load. And Michael Schumacher's pace seems to be a great deal faster than that. It's a much, much bigger gap. It's mystifying. He's definitely a lot lighter because Häkkinen isn't hanging around. He's lapping comfortably in the 117s. But what's interesting, you were saying, Martin, that Ferraris are quick on the straight. Here last year, one of the reasons they were uncompetitive is they were 8 miles an hour slower on the straight. That's obviously not the case this year, and that's why they're going so quickly. I think they're taking a bit of a risk here, guys. I think they're thinking we're 16 points clear in the championship. The McLarens might break, and they're going for it in the early stages of the race strategy-wise. I don't know what's going through Ross Brawn's mind at the moment, but it's obviously pretty fertile at the moment.
Yeah, and where they're really making the time, James, is not only are they fast down the straight, but this second section they've just completed, Michael Schumacher is just absolutely crucifying them in that sector, and he's always been good there whenever he's driven at this racetrack. It's a balancing act. I think his agility and his commitment to the corners really seems to pay off through the middle part of this lap.
Barrichello closes right up as they go into turn 1 and now the Senna S. You can see the positions for the first 4 yourself. That's Häkkinen and Barrichello. Now behind them, David Coulthard is 17 seconds now behind Michael Schumacher, and Eddie Irvine is 7.5 seconds behind Coulthard, still in 5th position. But Jarno Trulli is the man to watch. There he is in the yellow Jordan, because Trulli has come through the field. He started well down after having all sorts of problems in 12th position. He's now up into 6th place. He's gained 6 places, and he's closing up on the green Jaguar of Eddie Irvine. 1.2 seconds between them at the present moment. They're stretching their lead over Fisichella in 7th place, and the next battle is again one that and off goes
it's a replay of
yeah, that's
Wirtz.
Alexander Wirtz replay of the Benetton retiring, and Eddie Irvine is really having to push the Jaguar now, because he can see that yellow Jordan big in his mirrors. By the way, Jenson Button is in 13th place, having a battle with his teammate Ralf Schumacher, who is catching Zonta, who is in 11th place. Johnny Herbert is in 15th position in the second Jaguar, so he's gained 2 places. He started 17th over the line. Eddie Irvine, Jaguar, Jarno Trulli, Jordan, and they are 5th and 6th.
Yes, you can see Eddie constantly locking brakes, and he's working harder in the cockpit than Trulli is, that's for sure, and I would expect Eddie's tyres to be going away much quicker than Jarno Trulli's, and we know how super fit Trulli is. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with, I think, later in the race. Jarno Trulli doing a great job there for Jordan.
Well, Michael Schumacher, and you're watching Barrichello now. Michael Schumacher, 11 seconds ahead of this battle, joined Ferrari in 1996 with the declared aim of helping the team back to
Heidfeld.
A blown engine there, and it's the Peugeot of Nick Heidfeld, who was down the field. He'd already been lapped. He was down in 19th position. So that's the second retirement. Wirtz is out, Heidfeld is out, The two Saubers didn't start, so there are 18 cars and drivers left in the Brazilian Grand Prix, and we are now on lap 12 out of 72 with the man you're looking at, Michael Schumacher, a massive 12 seconds ahead of Mika Häkkinen. He's keeping up this searing pace and pulling away at the rate of 1 second a lap, and if only Barrichello could get past Häkkinen, there they are, I think he would ease away from the McLaren Mercedes too. And as I was saying earlier on, this absolutely mystifies me, because the McLarens and the Ferraris were so close all through practice and qualifying, and this morning there was only 5,000th of a second between Michael Schumacher and Mika Häkkinen that I expected them to be scrapping together on the circuit. That's Irvine, still 5th, Trulli still 6th, and in 7th position, this is something new and different, Jos Verstappen from Holland in the Arrows.
Yeah, Verstappen has promised to put in a good performance here since the very first laps of Friday morning, and going extremely well, as you say, in 7th place. Another big mover is Jean Alesi. I saw him out of the window, outbrake Frentzen down into turn 1. He's up to 9th and lapping very, very quickly, catching Fisichella, who's currently in 8th. So Alesi on the move too.
Well, I mean, Schumacher's speed is so tremendous in comparison with the superb opposition behind him that I'm asking myself what could possibly account for it. I can't see any conceivable reason why he should be having a two-stop strategy, but it might be that he's on a lighter fuel load.
Is that Alesi? That's Alesi now out of the race. Spoke a bit too soon, didn't he? He was absolutely flying. What a shame.
That means both the Prosts are out for an early bath, and it was Alesi's car, of course, earlier on today in the final half-hour warm-up this morning, 4 hours before the race, but shed its rear wing and caused a great deal of concern, like the Saubers yesterday.
Yes, how he didn't spin off and have a huge accident, I will never know. I was speaking to a couple of drivers about it, and we're all scratching our heads how Alesi got away with that one this morning. But another new lap record for Michael Schumacher now, 1:15.7. But Häkkinen, Barrichello and Coulthard now establishing themselves in the 16s quite regularly. So they're evening it out, but Michael is still romping away.
Have you got any theories on Michael's speed? Yes, he's a fantastic driver. Yes, this year's Ferrari is very special, but I didn't expect it to be as special as this here.
Nobody expected this, and especially McLaren. I'm absolutely sure, as he's done yet another new lap record on a 1:15.6 this time around. I mean, it's just in a league of his own, isn't he?
Well, all right, let's discuss it. Two-stop strategy?
But as James pointed out, the difference between a one-stopper and a two-stopper is still nothing like. It's probably 6 or 7 tenths of a second per lap. Nothing like this kind of pace. But let's take a break.
Lap 15, and Barrichello is second, and there he is ahead of Mika Häkkinen.
That's Michael, that one, but another new lap record for Michael now on a 15.3. Hopefully we're going to get a replay of how Barrichello did it. Got in the slipstream of Häkkinen. Look, this is the pit straight, and Häkkinen didn't defend early enough. Barrichello, even with time, to come back onto a more normal racing line, and there's the response from the crowd, and they're using the prodigious straight line speed of that Ferrari to great effect. And Michael Schumacher, Barrichello's picked up in speed now, but he's still some 0.8 of a second slower than the leading man now, 16.8 seconds in the lead.
Well, there's not a needle match between Michael Schumacher, who is leading, and Rubens Barrichello is second. They get on extremely well together. But one of the journalists yesterday was ill-advised enough to ask Michael Schumacher if he would let Rubens Barrichello win his own Grand Prix in his native country of Brazil. And he got a very terse answer from Michael Schumacher. Michael, like all of them, is a racing driver, and he wants to win. And he's closing up now on Gaston Mazzacane, the Argentine driver in the Minardi, who is 17th and last, moves over and lets Schumacher through, and Schumacher's leading Barrichello, and there is Irvine losing his position to Jarno Trulli, who had now in 5th position. So the battle continues between the Jordan and the Jaguar as you watch the Ferrari on lap 17 of 72. Schumacher leading Barrichello with Ferrari's first and second, and news from James Allen.
Yeah, Murray, I think I figured out what's going on here from Ferrari. There was an awful lot of pressure going from Ross Brawn for Rubens to get past Mika Häkkinen. He's not famous for his overtaking, Rubens, but it desperately needed him to get ahead of Häkkinen, because Michael has to build enough of a lead to be able to make an early stop and get back ahead of the McLaren driver, and he's going to need about 26 seconds to do it. At the moment, he's only got 17.2, so it's critical that Rubens should get ahead of him and be able to slowly hold up Häkkinen and ease the pace off, although looking at Rubens, he's going like a rocket ship himself. But this is a very unusual strategy by Ferrari, and I think they're gambling on McLaren braking in the later part of the race, because Mika Häkkinen, don't rule him out here. You know, if he can keep the pace up on a one-stopper, he will be there at the end. But what Ferrari are doing is pushing McLaren either into braking or making a mistake. And it's stick with it, folks, because strategically and tactically, this is going to be one of the most exciting Grand Prix you will ever have seen.
Yes, but they've got enough straight line speed, I think, James. Even if they end up losing track position, Ferrari have got enough straight line speed, as we've seen twice already now, to make a pretty solid move on the McLarens.
Well, thanks for that anyway, James, because there was obviously something unusual happening in the refueling area for Michael Schumacher to be pushing as hard as he is. Now, remember what Schumacher did to Häkkinen in Malaysia last year. He got ahead, led the race, let Irvine through, then held up Mika Häkkinen. Now it looks as though Rubens Barrichello is playing the Schumacher role by holding up Häkkinen. So for the second time in the very recent future, Mika Häkkinen has got the depressing sight of a red Ferrari in front of him and holding him up. But this time it's Rubens Barrichello as opposed to Michael Schumacher that you're looking at now. Schumacher leading the race and Barrichello by 17.5 seconds. Mika Häkkinen has dropped back. He's now 3 seconds behind Rubens Barrichello. David Coulthard is in 4th position, nearly half a minute behind the leader. Jarno Trulli is 5th, Eddie Irvine is 6th and is dropping back in the Jaguar, but is still in the points. But Irvine in 6th place is being caught by Jos Verstappen. Fisichella is 9th, Heinz-Harald Frentzen is Fisichella is 8th, Frentzen is 9th, Ricardo Zonta is in 10th position, and Villeneuve is out of the race. Jacques Villeneuve parked the BAR there. Villeneuve, who was in 4th position in Melbourne to score his first World Championship points for BAR, has got yet another depressing retirement. He's had a lot last year. This year, of course, they've got the Honda engine. Now, lap 20 for race leader Michael Schumacher, who is making this a demonstration. Now, there is the man that James has just been talking about.
Look on their TV screens, Murray. Did you see the Ferrari mechanics coming out into the pit lane? So it is a very, very early stop for one of the Ferrari drivers. Presumably it's Michael Schumacher. Well, they can't possibly be thinking of 3 stops, surely. Then that might stop us scratching our heads about this incredible pace. Yeah. But That's very, very early in the race, but we're barely much over quarter distance.
Well, it could equate, amazingly, with a three-stop strategy, which would be roughly round about laps 15, 30 and 45 in this 72-lap race.
And that would also explain why they're climbing that long, long hill up to the start-finish line with so much more speed than the McLarens, and why, of course, they both got off the line very well too.
But remember the tribute that Rubens Barrichello paid to Ross Brawn's tactics after the Australian Grand Prix in Melbourne. He said he'd heard a lot about them and now he had experienced them, because by putting him on a two-stop strategy in Melbourne,
I think Michael, yes, Michael is in the pit lane. So, look, desperately trying to slow that car down to 80 Ks. James, tell us about it.
Well, the critical thing now is look how long the fuel hose is on for. If it's about 6 seconds, he's 3 stopping. If it's 8 seconds, he's 2 stopping. And if it's anything like 10, well, who knows what he's doing. He's putting fuel in, guys.
It looks like a two-stop.
Okay, so he's going to go quite long on this middle stint now. It's going to be very, very interesting in the middle part of this and the second half of this race.
Lap 21 then, Michael Schumacher exits the pit lane, and of course he has lost the lead. And there is Rubens Barrichello, who is now leading his own Brazilian Grand Prix here at Interlagos. The crowd is obviously ecstatic about it, but they probably don't realise what a crafty pit strategy the Ferrari team is running. Mika Häkkinen in very, very close proximity to Rubens Barrichello, by which I mean about 3 seconds. There he is in the background, is in second position, but Michael Schumacher should have, and I'm not sure whether he did, regain the track in third position ahead of David Coulthard. We'll soon know.
Yes, and the reason why we're timing so closely, why the fuel filler was on, obviously it runs at 12 litres per second. We can then calculate how long that Ferrari can go roughly, and I think James is absolutely right. It's a two-stopper with a very short first stint, and the next 2 legs will be somewhat longer to give them track position and to get them past those McLarens that they were tucked up behind on the start line.
Bad news for the BAR people of Brackley, who I know everybody who works in the factory goes in to watch the television, and they will have known how well their drivers did in Melbourne. Sad news for them that Jacques Villeneuve is out of the race, but Ricardo Zonta, who qualified in 8th position, higher than he's ever qualified before, is still in the top 10. He's in 10th place.
If you watch the Ferraris at the end of the straight, when they're getting very near top speed, about 190 miles an hour, you're seeing vortices coming off the rear wing end fences. There's definitely getting some moisture in the end, looking pretty dark over there, but maybe they'll have enough time to get this race completed before we have any late afternoon rain. But watch next time they're coming down the pit straight, because certainly that was not happening in the early stages of the race.
Well, now Michael Schumacher is in third position. He did get back into the track, onto the track, before David Coulthard had come through, and now Rubens Barrichello is being brought in.
Irvine is out of the race. He stopped somewhere in the middle section. You're watching Barrichello about to flash left and past into that new pit entry. There's 3 lines there now. They've got to slow down by the second one of them, and Barrichello in. And that's both Grand Prix that he's driven for Ferrari. He's been in the lead of at some point or another, because he led for a while in Melbourne, didn't he? Just before he made his second stop, Michael let him through. And again, quite a lot of fuel going in, and a nice stop for Rubens. And up to 80 Ks, 50 miles an hour against quite a long pit lane. And there's a white line just after the dotted white line at the end. Then he can nail it.
Well, new race leader. We've had 3 of them. Michael Schumacher, Rubens Barrichello, and now Mika Häkkinen. I don't know if he's been used by everything that's been going on, because no one expected both Ferraris to have come in for their first fuel stop by lap 23, which they have done. Rubens Barrichello must have taken on virtually the same fuel load as Michael Schumacher. Their time was the same within a few tenths. And now Mika Häkkinen with a clear track in front of him, but then he had a clear track virtually in front of him before. has really got to go for it. His last lap time was 1 minute 16 seconds. He's got to improve on that, and certainly in comparison with Michael Schumacher's fastest lap of 1 minute 15.3, 7/10 of a second faster than Häkkinen has been able to go thus far, as the Finn crosses the line in the lead into lap 25 out of 72.
Yes, but remember, Häkkinen now has probably marginally less fuel than Michael, having just been in the pit. So Häkkinen now has the lighter car to play with, not by much, I would imagine, because of the Ferrari strategy, but Häkkinen does indeed lead. Michael Schumacher 6.7 seconds behind him, but in fact gaining 3/10 on him on that particular lap.
Now, we could have a fairly static period now, because we're on lap 25. I would expect Mika Häkkinen on a one-stop strategy to come in about 20 laps' time. Michael Schumacher is 6.7 seconds behind him in second place, but catching. The McLaren is off, spins Eddie Irvine.
Oh dear.
And loses his right front wheel.
Fell off rather easily, didn't it? But an impact there into the wall. Of course, Eddie just locking the rear wheels under braking and downshift, and put the opposite lock in, but couldn't stop the Jaguar from swapping ends. And as you saw, the resultant damage, clearly now we understand why Eddie Irvine is out of the race.
And lap 24, Häkkinen leads. We're going, we'll be back. More than 1/3 race distance completed at Interlagos. We're on lap 26 out of 72. The third race leader, Mika Häkkinen, is out on his own, but he has stopped. It's 71 laps, incidentally, and Mika Häkkinen leads by 9.2 seconds. And he's actually getting quicker and quicker. He's within 3/10 of Michael Schumacher's fastest lap. Schumacher second, Coulthard third, Barrichello, Trulli and Verstappen.
Watch Häkkinen's heads. Look, resting it on the, whether he's resting it or whether the neck muscles have gone already, but he's doing some pretty stunning lap times. Maybe Mika's just saving his neck for later on in the race, but already is struggling a little bit in those left-handers. But Jenson Button is in 11th place, and really once again matching Ralf Schumacher for pace, who's currently just ahead of him in 10th. They're chasing down Zonta.
Yeah, and they're both, as you rightly point out, catching the Brazilian, who is in 9th place, and actually Button is catching Schumacher. It's a very close-run thing between the two BMW Williams in 10th and 11th places, and a puff of smoke from the back of the Ferrari there. Rubens Barrichello slowing down, and it looks as though he's out of the race. He is out of the race. Lap 27, and Rubens Barrichello's engine has almost literally blown it. Now, what about Michael Schumacher? If one Ferrari engine goes, the other can. And Mika Häkkinen, having overcome that filter problem with the air valves in Australia, has got a strong Mercedes engine behind him. And it's between him and Michael Schumacher now, both on very different strategies, as David Coulthard moves back into 3rd position. And Jarno Trulli will soon be up into 4th position in the Jordan, ahead of Jos Verstappen and Fisichella, who will be 5th and 6th. But they're not at the moment, because Rubens Barrichello has still got track position, albeit much, much slower. So what a race of developments.
Second Ferrari engine to go this weekend, and that obviously is Barrichello recovering to the pits. The car stopped smoking now for whatever reason. But I'm certain he's going to be out of the race, of course, and the main thing he's got to do is make sure they don't park in the pit garage if Michael has to come in a hurry, but in the pit box. But Rubens, look, undoing his James.
Yeah, he switched the engine off. There's a lot of smoke coming out of the back of the car. The Ferrari mechanics now have a problem, because obviously there's nowhere for them to put the car at the moment, because the garage is full of tyres and fuel rigs. So there's a big debate going on as to whether they're actually going to stick it and get it out of the racetrack, but an immense disappointment on the part of Rubens. It's really very, very unfortunate. By the way, guys, I've done a bit of maths here, and I reckon Michael's going to have to stop again on lap 52, which by my calculations is just after Häkkinen makes his one and only stop. So that's where it's all going to kick off, in that kind of period, around 45 to 52. Whoa, loads of smoke out of the back of Rubens' car. That doesn't smell very nice, I can tell you.
Well, there's a big problem with Zonta's car as you talk, James. They can't get the right front tyre and wheel on properly, and the nuts are locked. But the lollipop goes out of the way, but Zonta is still there. Has he stalled the engine? But up front, Mika Häkkinen is pulling away from Michael Schumacher. I don't know whether Schumacher's got a problem, but Häkkinen is now 12 seconds in front of the Ferrari. There is the race leader, Mika Häkkinen, leading Michael Schumacher by 12 seconds, so he's increased his lead by 5 seconds. David Coulthard is about 0.4 of a second off Schumacher's pace, and 1.2 seconds slower than Mika Häkkinen, as the Ferrari mechanics look plaintively at the back of Barrichello's car. Obviously there was a momentary fire there, because they've got the extinguisher out and they're mopping up the remains now. We're on lap 30.
Yeah, what happened is the breather pipe has to be fed back into the airbox, and often when they blow up big time, you get crankcase pressure, and it puts oil back into the system to get reburned. So that's probably what's happened there when they switched off that Ferrari, and a little oil fire. But Häkkinen is the one making the speed, as you pointed out, Murray. Now 12.7 seconds up. Coulthard still struggling a bit on pace, but in a very solid 3rd position. Trulli, we saw stopping a 9.5 second stop. He's on a 2-stopper now. So if these McLarens are one-stopping, they're actually looking in pretty good shape at the moment. It's turned around quite quickly, hasn't it?
And they're certainly looking good as far as the Constructors' Championship is concerned. As there's the fuel flat there of the Ferrari has come undone. But McLaren, if they keep going, of course, are going to close up on Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship a bit, because they're going to both be in the points, assuming they both finish. And then slowing right down. Well, into the pit lane comes the race leader,
Yes, Häkkinen.
Mika Häkkinen. Now he's got to hit that limiter and slow down to 80 kilometres an hour.
I don't think he had much slowing down to do, Murray. He's got a problem. He came out of Junção quite slowly, I thought, and on a bit of a strange line. And look, they're not ready for him, but I think his engine is dead anyway. I suspect he'll swing that straight in the pit garage, and he does.
Well, for the second race in succession, Mika Häkkinen fails to score a point, and back into the race lead goes Michael Schumacher, with now David Coulthard in second position, but a long way behind the Ferrari. And Jos Verstappen moves up into if Jos Verstappen is going to be in 4th position, conceivably very shortly in 3rd. Now, out of the race, there is Hakkinen, Visor up.
You're right.
Not a happy man.
You're right, Verstappen's 3rd, Murray. That's going to put young Jensen up into 9th place as well.
Yeah, let's quickly run through them. Lap 31 out of 72, top 10. Schumacher leads, David Coulthard is 2nd. Jos Verstappen, superb in the Supertech-powered Arrows as Mika Hakkinen goes back into the garage. Jos Verstappen in 3rd place, potentially on a podium. Fisichella 4th, Heinz-Harald Frentzen 5th. Jarno Trulli 6th, both Jordans then in the top 6 places. 7th is Ralf Schumacher in the BMW Williams. 8th is Pedro de la Rosa in the 2nd Arrows. Great race for Arrows. 9th position, Jenson Button. 10th, Johnny Herbert in the Jaguar. And news from James Allen.
Well, Murray, on what has been a really invigorating day for Grand Prix racing, very, very exciting and very unfortunate for Mika Hakkinen. He just came out onto the pit lane having parked his car up with the engine dead and waved to all the Brazilian fans who've been whistling at him, booing at him and throwing coins at him throughout the weekend. He was saying thank you very much and they cheered him. It was a fantastic moment.
Well, he's a thoroughly decent bloke, Mika Hakkinen, and my heart goes out to him and to McLaren. It's a bad race for them. Just one car left, and Constructors' Championship hopes of closing up have gone. This is a replay of the fire extinguishers going on Rubens Barrichello's Ferrari and those 2 upward-facing exhaust pipes. Lap 32 out of 71, so still a long way, 39 laps still to go. But Michael Schumacher basically has got to keep it going. David Coulthard is lapping 10th for 10th at the same time as Schumacher now, but the gap between them is over 8.5 seconds. And I just hope, for the sake of Arrows and their new sponsor and everybody else at Lee Field and everyone who's associated with them, that the Dutchman, coming back into Grand Prix racing after having been out of it last year, he drove for Stewart the previous year, can keep the Arrows going. It would be wonderful to see a new constructor, or an old constructor, doing well in Formula One again. Arrows then 3rd, Benetton Fisichella 4th, Frentzen Jordan and Trulli Jordan 5th and 6th. 14 are left out of the 20 that started.
Yes, Verstappen half a minute behind, but actually matching the pace virtually of the 2 cars ahead of him, which of course is Michael Schumacher and David Coulthard. Looking down the field, Frentzen obviously deciding to go for a one-stopper in that Jordan. That's put him ahead of Trulli, his teammate, and Trulli's pace not that spectacular actually in 6th. Ralf Schumacher 7th, and Della and somebody's engine, I'd imagine, an engine problem there. So only it's a Jordan. Is it a Jordan or a Minardi?
Yeah, it's Genet. It's Marc Genet in the Minardi out of the race from 11th position. Sorry for him, because Gustav Brunner had designed a very tiny motor car. But incidentally, Barrichello went out of the race with a hydraulic problem in the Ferrari.
Yes, that...
David Coulthard, 2nd place.
It's really nice touches on that Minardi, the way it's been designed and the little aerodynamic tweaks. That's a very, very nice little car. And not too bad an engine in the back of it. I think with a front-running engine, that could be seriously quick. And we're seeing it this year. I mean, look at the Arrows up there in 3rd place with a reasonable engine, albeit nothing like the power or the low weight of the main contenders, but they've still put together a very, very competitive package.
Track temperature is the same as when the race began, 32 degrees. I hypothesized about the possibility of rain. I have to say, it certainly doesn't look like it at the moment. The sun is out. It's overcast a bit, but the sun is shining through. You can see shadows on the circuit. That's a good sign.
I think Coulthard's got a gearbox problem of some sort, because let's listen to him if we get the engine noise. Yeah, he's not changing gear where you'd expect him to. He should have made at least 2 shifts up that hill already, and I noticed it on a slower corner earlier too. I suspect he's got some kind of problem in the lower gears, which won't be too helpful on the pit stop.
And not unknown with McLaren, because they, in common with some of the other teams, have had gearbox problems in the past. As you look down on what has proved to be thus far, and historically, a very strong Ferrari. That's Michael Schumacher. Very unusual that Barrichello went out. because Ferrari have finished both cars in race after race after race, which largely accounted for their success in winning the Constructors' Championship last year. But, well, David Coulthard is still marginally quicker than Schumacher, as Erja Häkkinen, Mika's wife, plaintively watches as Mika stalks by to take his helmet off. Not at all happy, and who can blame him? He's the reigning world champion. He wanted to defeat Michael Schumacher and become only the second driver to win, third driver to win 3 championships in succession. And he's not going to do that unless he improves considerably. He's got no points, and Michael Schumacher, if he stays where he is, will be on 16 at the end of this race. Will be on 20 at the end of this race.
This looks like a good time to take a break.
Watching the remorseless Michael Schumacher in the lead in the Ferrari. David Coulthard is edging up on him. The gap has come down from some 9 seconds to 7.6 seconds, in spite of the fact that Martin is hypothesizing that Coulthard may have some sort of a gearbox problem. Jos Verstappen, who was a magnificent third in the Arrows, has come in and taken on more fuel and tyres and has dropped down. He's still running. That's Fisichella in third position in the Benetton, the man who is in 5th place in Australia. The revived Benetton team, which has now been bought by Renault and will become Renault in the year 2002. But it's a wonderful foundation for Flavio Briatore, their ex-boss, who's come back. So Fisichella in third position, Heinz-Harald Frentzen and Trulli in the 2 Jordans, 4th and 5th, have got ahead of Verstappen. So has Ralf Schumacher in the BMW Williams, who's now in the points, and Jenson Button is still just behind Schumacher. He's in 7th position as off goes the Arrows and regains the position. That's Jenson Button behind him. That was Jenson Button getting past Pedro de la Rosa. Well, it's all happening here, and there is Mike Coughlin again with the thumbs up, the double thumbs up, the technical director of Arrows. Out goes Pedro de la Rosa, who's obviously lost track places. Now, Fisichella on his own. A superb driver who's paid an absolutely mammoth amount of money for his future potential by the Benetton team, which, as I was saying, will become Renault in the year 2002. And he did extremely well in Australia and Melbourne. He's doing extremely well here, but he's 46 seconds behind Michael Schumacher. And there is the charging Heinz-Harald Frentzen. Now, you're looking at the battle now, but for third position between Fisichella there and Heinz-Harald Frentzen, the German in the Jordan, who failed to score in Australia. And hopefully you'll see a flash of another yellow car in the background, but you don't. If you had, it's Jarno Trulli, but he's 15 seconds behind Heinz-Harald Frentzen. Frentzen, the man who finished third in the World Championship last year. And what a transformed driver he is after his 2-year stint with Williams. He's literally mentally home with the Jordan team. Very, very happy there. He showed it by winning 2 races last year. Michael Schumacher scything his way through the field.
Yes, of course, the driver's yet to stop. We're now 39 laps into this motor race. Coulthard in second, Fisichella third, Frentzen in fourth, Ralf Schumacher sixth, Jenson Button seventh, and Johnny Herbert have all yet to stop. And I think that will just be Zonta locking his left front on the way into Curve 1 as we rejoin what must be Michael Schumacher, of course, as Barrichello is out of the race with a blown engine.
12 left out of the 20 that started, because Wurz is out, Heidfeld is out, Lacey is out, both the Prost cars are out. Jacques Villeneuve went out pretty early in the VAR. Eddie Irvine retired when he spun off and lost the wheel. Rubens Barrichello, of course, out in the Ferrari, and I expect now a lot of Brazilians will be on their way home as a result of that hydraulic problem. Mika Hakkinen has retired from the race lead, no points for him. Marc Genet has just retired. Ricardo Zonta is the 12th and last man to be running in this race. He's been lapped twice. Gaston Mazzacane in the Minardi is 11th. He's been lapped. So is De La Rosa. So is Jos Verstappen, who's in 9th position. Johnny Herbert is running in the second Jaguar, and he's worked his way up as a result of his skill, the Jaguar's speed, and failures of the people in front of him, from 17th on the grid to 8th in the race. Jenson Button is the second British driver in the top 10 because he's in 7th place, looking good for a point, because who knows whether all the 6 ahead of him are going to finish this race.
But he's got Verstappen and De La Rosa behind him at the moment, who have made their first pit stop, and we know it takes about 28 seconds, so Jenson in with a shot at some points if they keep falling out the way they are at the moment, that's for sure. But Michael Schumacher climbing the hill. There's some water or something there he keeps splashing through. Just part way, I don't know where that's coming from. But now taking a completely different line down the pit straight. He normally ducks in near the pit lane, and now he's chosen to go right to the outside. But they've all been complaining about these buttons on the pit straight, you know, but they can always lift the back of the car up as well. That is an option that's available to the team. They don't have to run them on the deck.
Look at this, Schumacher in 6th position, and behind him, Jarno Trulli in 5th position. Then Schumacher, Ralf Schumacher in 6th position. Not very far behind Schumacher is Jenson Button, and Schumacher is attacking. Schumacher in the BMW Williams attacking the Jordan with its Mugen Honda engine in front of him, and trying to get an improvement on his points position. He's currently in 6th place for 1 World Championship point. And remember, he finished 3rd in Australia, and BMW came into Grand Prix racing after having been out of it so long, not expecting to do well in Australia. Was stupefied and delighted, and they're doing jolly well here too.
Frentzen in for a pit stop from 4th position. And remember, I think it was the Williams BMW that went the longest, made the longest stint in Melbourne. I think they've got the biggest fuel tank in that Williams. Ralf Schumacher told a German journalist, "This is the best racing car I've ever driven." And I think when they get a bit more development on that engine, those Williams later in the season are going to be quite a force.
The blue flag's waving to the Minardi to tell the driver to move over and let Michael Schumacher through, as we look at David Coulthard, and the gap has increased now. Schumacher is 10 seconds ahead of Michael Schumacher, and ahead of David Coulthard, and he's just lapped 1.6 seconds faster than the McLaren. I have to say that this is a terrible race for McLaren.
I don't think so yet, Murray. I think we have to wait and see. Hakkinen was going pretty strongly. They've both got to come in again yet. We saw Coulthard actually passing a car on that lap. So I think what Michael did there was, with a bit of clear air, just decided to put a couple of very swift ones in.
And here he is.
As that obviously must be for David Coulthard. And that's Schumacher in Mergullo coming up to climb the hill. The TV camera really loses the impact of just how steep that hill is there.
Coulthard bang on target for a one-stop strategy. He's on his 43rd lap. We expected him to come in round about lap 45. That's exactly what he's going to do. You can see the vortices streaming from the rear of Michael Schumacher's wing as into the pit lane comes David Coulthard, hits the speed limiter, slows down to 80 kilometers an hour, sees the black-clad McLaren mechanics in front of him, and I would expect him to complete this stop in about 8 or 9 seconds. Up goes the lollipop, out goes David Coulthard, and he will have retained his second place because Fisichella has yet to come through in the Benetton as I speak to you. And you watch Michael Schumacher on lap 44 out of 72, leading now by an increased margin, and a dramatically increased margin. But remember, he has still got to stop.
Yes, Fisichella was some 38 seconds behind Coulthard, so I think Coulthard will maintain that second position as Michael approaches the scrap for currently fourth, fifth and sixth, which is truly Ralf Schumacher and Jenson Button. So that, you know, Michael's about to lap the current point sitters.
Oh, did you get that? Jenson Button is in the points. He was in the points in Australia. He worked his way up from 21st on the grid to 4th in the race. He was holding a very secure-looking 6th position when his engine let go, and he is now in the points again as we go to Louise Goodman.
Yeah, I was hoping to bring you an interview with Mika Hakkinen at this stage, Mike, but I'm afraid I can't. He's walked out without speaking to anybody, jumped in his car and left the circuit. It's very unusual for Mika. Even in his biggest disappointments, he'll stop and have a chat to the press. We saw him waving to the crowds when he got out of the car, but I think he was just trying very hard to mark his disappointment. He's a bitterly upset man.
Thank you, Louise. Hardly surprising, because he's seeing the possibility, and I have to say the very strong possibility, as you look at the BMW Williams team mechanics in the pit lane, of leaving this circuit with no points and waiting for Michael Schumacher to win the second race in succession and put himself on 20 World Championship points, as Rubens Barrichello waves to the crowd, and Ralf Schumacher is right on the tail of Jarno Trulli, and behind Schumacher is Jenson Button. 4th, 5th, 6th you're looking at.
One of those Williams is going to go in this lap. It's Button by the looks of it. Button making his stop. He was just about to experience his being lapped for the first time in a Grand Prix, and he's missed that by dent of going down the pit lane. Michael carrying on, of course, on the racetrack. They're a long, long way down, look, and it's quite easy to see his mechanics all dressed in white. So this will be the second pit stop of Jenson Button's Grand Prix career. It should be quite a long refueling. Away nicely, no panic. He wasn't revving it. I mean, very, very calm.
Gigantically mature young man, Jenson Button, with just one season of Formula 3 racing behind him before he got this astounding promotion, and obviously very well deserved and worthy promotion to the Williams team in a contest with Bruno Junqueira, the Brazilian driver. Johnny Herbert accelerates out of the pit lane now. He was in 9th position. I think he will have lost it to Pedro de la Rosa. Now here are the positions on lap 46 as you watch Michael Schumacher coming up behind his brother Ralf in the Williams to lap him, and Ralf Schumacher is 5th. Jarno Trulli ahead of both of them in 4th position, and Michael surges past as Ralf goes into the pits. So I'll keep those positions just for a little while. We'll let this settle down and then call them to you. But for sure, it's Schumacher, Michael, lap 47, leading Coulthard by nearly 41 seconds, and Fisichella by nearly 50 seconds.
Yes, quick turnaround there for the Williams team to pit one after the other. They're obviously going to get Ralf Schumacher's tyres out, use his the correct volume of fuel to go in his car, that'll be weighed and carefully monitored. But Ralph, again, with another faultless pit stop from the Williams team.
Schumacher coming up to lap the man who's in 4th place, and Jarno Trulli moves over and lets him through. This, if Schumacher finishes this race, he's on lap 47 out of 71, it's going to be a monumentally crushing victory. He's got to catch Fisichella now. He's about 25 seconds up the road, so it's going to take him some time to do that. Indeed, he probably won't. But if he's lapped everybody except Coulthard and Fisichella at the end of this race, he's going to be a very happy man in this Ferrari, which he says is the best he has ever driven. I was saying earlier on, he joined Ferrari in 1996 with the declared intention of helping them to win the Drivers' Championship, and it looks as though he's well on his way at the moment to doing that. Now, we are well on our way now to going for a break. One-lap race, and you're looking at the battle between Jos Verstappen from Holland in the orange arrows and Jenson Button in the white BMW Williams. They're fighting for 7th position, and how Jenson is pushing. This may only be his 2nd Grand Prix in comparison with Jos Verstappen, and it's his 42nd Grand Prix. But Jenson is driving like the veteran that he is not in Formula One, and he's pushing the Dutchman very hard indeed. A very good comparison, incidentally, between the latest Supertech V10 engine, which is in the arrows, and BMW's new engine in Formula One. And Ralf Schumacher said that the BMW engine was as good as the Supertech when he was testing it, and we're certainly getting the proof visually now that he was quite right. Button is holding Verstappen.
Yes, if you've joined us late, give you a quick rundown of what's happened so far. The two McLarens on the front row of the grid. Coulthard away a little slowly. Michael Schumacher from 3rd place immediately into 2nd, then used a low fuel load at the very beginning of the race to surge past Mika Hakkinen into the lead. Barrichello then did the same, and it looked very strong for Ferrari. Of course, then they pitted very, very early. Barrichello's engine letting go, and then some kind of drama on Mika Hakkinen. That left Schumacher and Coulthard well clear out front. Fisichella's currently in 3rd place. He has yet to stop. He's 51 laps into the race, has not stopped for fuel. Eddie Irvine spun off in the Jaguar. No other major incidents, really.
Martin, you were suggesting that David Coulthard, who is second, nearly 50 seconds behind Schumacher, might have a gearbox problem. Schumacher is lapping nearly 2 seconds faster than him, and Jarno Trulli is lapping a lot faster than Coulthard.
This is Schumacher's second stop about to happen. He's got a 48-second lead. He's just pushing and having fun, really. I think he's just enjoying himself out there. But so plenty of time to drop into the pits, and providing there's no problems, of course, get out in front of Coulthard. Yes, and I think Coulthard's definitely got a gearbox problem, because also when he left the pits, he was revving it like crazy to try to get it away. But I may be wrong on that. His pace is reasonable, but he can't match Michael Schumacher. James.
Well, you know, Martin, Ferrari haven't won in Brazil for 10 years now. Alain Prost back in 1990, and it's certainly been a very long wait. If Michael can keep it going, he'll go to Imola with a 20-point lead over Häkkinen. 7.7 second stop, entirely according to plan. Very neat and tidy by the Ferrari crew. And you have to say, Martin, a fantastic strategy by Ross Brawn today. I mean, neither you nor I, when we were talking about it before, could see really anything other than long first one-stop races, long first stints. And it's just been absolutely tremendous. But I do think it was relying, a bit of a gamble by Ross, relying on the possibility McLaren would break.
Well, they had to react to the fact they were behind the two McLarens on the start line. So imagine what they'd do if they started on the front, and they could probably choose a different strategy. But in any event, it's working very nicely for Michael. And when he needs to, as soon as he sees Coulthard in traffic, Michael just puts in the low 15s. Then he put in that incredible 1 minute 14.7 for what must be his 8th or 9th new lap record of the race. And now finally Fisichella brings the Benetton in for what will not be a lot of fuel to take him the next 20 laps to the end of the race.
It needs not to be, because Jarno Trulli is 27 seconds behind him, and Fisichella, bearing in mind that he's had to slow down and now speed up again. And there goes Jarno Trulli, past me as I talk. I think Trulli is going to get past Fisichella and take 3rd position. But we'll need to watch it on the monitor to tell you. Meantime, you're looking at Schumacher, lap 52 out of 71. 46 seconds still ahead of David Coulthard. But I wish we could have a look at this battle between Fisichella and Trulli for 3rd position.
I think Fisichella will stay ahead of him, because it's quite a bit shorter. The pit lane runs around the inside of the corner that Schumacher's now going through. So I'd be surprised if Trulli could get past Fisichella. There certainly won't be much in it, though.
Well, there's 12 people left in this race on lap 53 out of 71. And Michael Schumacher has got a commanding lead. He really basically just has to keep the Ferrari rolling at a satisfactory speed and not lose his concentration. And Michael Schumacher is an experienced enough campaign not to do that.
If this is confusing you, this is a montage of Rubens Barrichello from much earlier in the race. Quite why it's coming in there, I can't tell you, but
I can.
Fairly
We're
irrelevant.
in Brazil.
Well, yes, okay. But I wish they wouldn't keep doing that, because it sort of makes you scratch your head for a moment when a driver suddenly appears back in the race that dropped out some time ago. But Michael Schumacher, when it all settled out, when he rejoined the track after that second stop of his, had a 24.4 second lead over David Coulthard.
Well, this is Michael Schumacher for sure, and Johnny Herbert rolls into the pits. He's in 10th place, 4 places off a World Championship point. But just to keep you right in the picture, on lap 54, it's Schumacher, Ferrari, and Johnny Herbert retires. Retirement for the 2nd race in succession, sadly, for both the Jaguars, both out in Australia, both out in Brazil, and that means to say that Gaston Mazzacane will move up into 10th position. Now, the other 9 in the 10 places on lap 54, Michael Schumacher, you're looking at him leading by getting on for half a minute from David Coulthard. David Coulthard is a good half minute ahead of Fisichella, who is 3rd. Jarno Trulli is 2, you're quite right, Martin. Fisichella stayed ahead thanks to that pit lane situation. He's leading Trulli by 2 seconds, but Trulli is catching the Benetton. 5th is Heinz-Harald Frentzen, so both the Jordans, unlike Australia, are in the points. Ralf Schumacher in the BMW Williams for the 2nd race in succession is in the points. He's been lapped, but he's ahead of Jos Verstappen, who has got Jenson Button virtually attached to his gearbox in 8th position. 9th is Pedro de la Rosa. Both the arrows are running well. And in 10th position now is Mazzacane. Zonta in the VAR is 11th. and the last runner, 9 retirements.
Michael Schumacher's amazing. I happened to be on the same plane as him on the way home from Melbourne, and we sat chatting away about old times and all sorts of things. For over 3 hours we were talking about goodness knows what. He never once mentioned the race that he'd just won. He does not look back on it and say, hey, did you see the bit when, and wasn't my car good today? It's just all boxed up, sorted out, on to the next one. He would never consider talking about one of the races he's been in. It's just so under control for him.
Well, if Schumacher wins this race, and if is a pretty long word in Formula One, it's Formula One spelled backwards, as I've said before, it will be his 128th Grand Prix anyway, but it would be his 37th Grand Prix win, and he's very close now to Ayrton Senna as the second highest point scorer of all time in Formula One. Senna scored 614 points. If Michael Schumacher wins this race, he will have scored 590 points, and I think he's got the highest ratio of podium finishes to starts in the history of Formula One, and he's still got years ahead of him. Very depressing prospect for the competition. Not the least, Mika Häkkinen, lap 56, Schumacher in the Ferrari. He said this is the best one he's ever driven. It was designed, as were the others that Michael Schumacher has driven. Oh, this is Button, I think. Is it Button passing Trulli? Or is that one of the Minardis? I think it's Schumacher and Frentzen. I think you'll find that's Ralf Schumacher getting past. Terrific if it is. Or is that a Minardi? So difficult to tell. They look such similar colours from a long shot. But certainly Ralf Schumacher. No, it wasn't. Frentzen's too far ahead of Ralf Schumacher. So that was just Ralf lapping Mazzacani, I would imagine, in the Minardi. That makes sense. Mazzacani's down. He's 4 laps adrift now in his second Grand Prix. Well, this is now a motor racing demonstration of the very highest quality as you look down on the McLaren Mercedes of David Coulthard, the only one left in the race. 26 seconds behind Michael Schumacher, matching the German's race and lap time.
That's a Williams going slowly, isn't it? I think it's Ralf, isn't it? I think I saw the yellow and red on the helmet of Ralf, but that is possibly Ralf Schumacher out of 6th place. I hope it wasn't Jensen out of 8th place, but I'm fairly certain it was Ralf's crash helmet.
Well, if you're right, and I think you are, that means to say that Verstappen will move back into the points, and Button will be 1 place off the points. Jensen Button has yet to finish a Grand Prix now. What's this? Oh, this is Pedro de la Rosa retiring, or is he? No, he's kept it running.
He's just recovering, isn't he? Back onto the racetrack.
Recovering from a spin, 9th position, and he's sufficiently far ahead of Ricardo Zonta, who's 10th, to keep that place, provided he hasn't done any damage and got any muck in the side pods and overheat the engine.
He can stamp on the brakes and get rid of the gravel that's in the side pods, but this must be truly second stop coming up. He's on a different strategy to his teammate Frentzen. That was just pure tiredness from De La Rosa, I would imagine, and just a silly mistake on the exit of Ferradura. Yes, it is truly coming in for that second stop. Jordan obviously deciding to put one driver on each of the 2 reasonable strategies.
So there goes Frentzen, Martin, through past Trulli into 4th position, but Trulli will retain the 5th position for the Jordan team, albeit losing 1 place for himself. Jordan look as though they're going to get both cars home. They had 2 very trivial things stop them in Australia from what was potentially going to be a great race: a broken exhaust pipe and a hydraulic problem. And what's going on here? This is Jensen Button diving through. Look at that, that's Jensen Button taking Jos Verstappen and moving into, he's in 7th position as Verstappen fights back. Well, Jensen's, there he goes again. Well, second Grand Prix for Jensen Button, and is he pushing?
Don't see too many people overtaking in there. That's a brave move from Jensen. Jos understanding that he was there and really having to give him a bit of space. And yes, Button did get past into 7th place. I thought I saw a Williams going slowly,
well,
but
I think it's into 6th place.
But it hasn't materialised yet. I don't know which one it was. I felt sure one of them was moving along quite slowly, but anyway, they both appear to be lapping in reasonable speed.
Right, well, we'll take a deep breath now and sort it all out as you watch Michael Schumacher completing his 58th lap out of 71 with a commanding lead. Now, there's going to be 24 seconds before David Coulthard comes through as you look through the visor into the eyes of Michael Schumacher. And if David Coulthard comes through, and Jean Todt, the Ferrari boss, watching the monitors on the pit lane, and that is Fisichella, who has got Coulthard sandwiched between him and Schumacher. So Schumacher leads, Coulthard second. You're looking at Fisichella in 3rd position. Heinz-Harald Frentzen has moved up into 4th place as a result of Trulli coming into the pits. Now, Trulli is still, as far as I know, ahead of Ralf Schumacher, who is just ahead of Jenson Button. So the BMW Williams cars are 6th and 7th as we see Fisichella go over the line. Now there's going to be another 15 seconds before Frentzen in 4th place, and then we'll keep you tuned on the remaining places.
Be interesting to see what Jenson can do now. Tucked up behind Verstappen, he lost 12.8 seconds to Ralf Schumacher, his teammate ahead of him, and he's pulling him in about a half a second a lap. David Coulthard is catching Michael Schumacher, the leader, by over 2 seconds on the last lap. I'm pretty certain it's because Michael's cruising a bit. He won't be able to cruise that much to the end of the race, otherwise Coulthard will be all over him.
Because we're on lap 60 out of 71, so David's got to push very hard indeed. Even if he can close up now, we're looking at the Jordan. Heinz-Harald Frentzen in 4th position. Frentzen taking it pretty hard. We're going to take it easy because we're going for a break, but we'll be back. Problem because David Coulthard is slashing into his lead. It's come down from 18 seconds to 14 seconds, and Michael Schumacher seems to be doing a lot more than cruising. He looks visually as though he may be in trouble, and there are 10 laps to go, including the one he's on.
Listen, a couple of very lazy downshifts again there into Ferradura. Michael lost 4 seconds to Coulthard on the last lap. And that's more than just cruising. He's not. He wouldn't allow Coulthard to get that much of a look at him. I don't think he would want to play games of, look, try and catch me, then I'll show you just how fast I am. And certainly his downshift pattern is very, very strange, as Michael. This lap is looking faster than the last one in a 1 minute 20.4. That's 6 seconds off the new lap record that he set earlier in the race, but accelerating away up the hill now.
And he's lost 8 seconds of his lead to David Coulthard, as that graphic just showed you. But it was 14.2 seconds, and now, just hang on a minute, James, and I'll give you the gap between them when David Coulthard goes over the line, which he has now done. He's about to do, I'm sorry. It was 14.2 seconds. Schumacher's on his 63rd lap, but Coulthard has only closed up by less than a second on that lap. James, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation, Murray. I've been monitoring it just for the last 6 or 7 laps. Ross Brawn actually came off the pit wall about 6 laps ago and went round the back of the garage to have a look at the telemetry screens, and he's still there, which is highly unusual for Ross. He normally stays on the wall throughout the entire race. There's definitely something going on with Michael, but do you remember here last year, Mika Häkkinen was leading this race, and he had a gearbox problem, but they managed to put it into a sort of safety mode, so the thing kind of, the computer let the gearbox work, but it wasn't working at its optimal performance. I just wonder whether that's what's happening with Michael. I think Martin's absolutely right. This sounds like it's some sort of gear shift situation, but Ferrari look relatively calm. I'm in their garage at the moment, and all the mechanics don't look too flustered, so it seems to be under control, but he's just done a 17.5 as opposed to 16.7 for Coulthard, so not yet a crisis, but we'll keep on top of it.
Yes, yeah, you're right, James. He suddenly found 3 seconds again, but I'm looking straight out of the window at David Coulthard's board, and it says push on the bottom of it. They want to try and wring that Ferrari out if it does have a problem. But Michael's done a 17.4 this time around, so he has got enough of a lead in his pocket just if...
down to 12 seconds, sorry.
Yeah, if he carries on to that kind of pace towards the end of the race. So now it's down to Coulthard to really push and try to force any problems. Coulthard's neck looks like it's gone a little bit. There's virtually, I don't think there's a driver out there, with the possible exception of Michael Schumacher, that can keep his head up in the left-handers.
As you see, 8 laps remaining, and Michael Schumacher, provided he can keep doing what he is doing, looks to me as though he is all right, but it's nip and tuck. Coulthard that you're watching, closing up on the Ferrari, but probably not fast enough, is 30 seconds ahead of Fisichella's Benetton, who is 10 seconds ahead of Frentzen, but Frentzen in the Jordan is catching Fisichella in 3rd place. Jarno Trulli is in 5th position, but not making any impression on his teammate ahead of him. Ralf Schumacher has been lapped in the BMW Williams, but is in the points still. Jenson Button is 7th, Verstappen is 8th, De La Rosa is 9th, 10th is Zonta, 11th is Mazzacane. Here is Michael Schumacher, now into his 65th lap. 7 laps to go, including the one he has just started. And where is David Coulthard over the line? 11.7 seconds. He's taken 7/10 of a second out of Michael Schumacher. He's not improving enough.
Yes, well, that 1 minute 20 that Michael did was not because he had to, I think, because now he's back in the low 17s again, and he's much more aggressive on the throttle. So he may have just been talking to the team through those couple of laps where he lost, you know, 6 or 7 seconds in total to understand the problem. They may even have asked him to switch something around in the cockpit, switch on a different system or whatever, and Michael is definitely back up to a more reasonable speed.
Amazing what you can do with the modern electronics, but whatever, it's going to be pretty close between Michael Schumacher, who comes out up to the Young Cow, as David Coulthard continues to attack. There is the Ferrari leading out of the last left-hander to go through and into his 66th lap. 5 laps to go. P1, place 1, 11.7 seconds ahead of David Coulthard is what the board says to him. And of course he's probably talking to his people on the pit lane through the radio in the Ferrari. But he is, I have to say, looking pretty good at the present moment. Because David Coulthard, as you watch Heinz-Harald Frentzen lock up in 4th position, David Coulthard only took 2/10 of a second out of Schumacher's lead on that lap. It is 11.5 seconds. Fisichella still 3rd. Well, Benetton are going to be very pleased with this race. after a very satisfactory Australia with their new car. 5th position for Fisichella. Wurz, of course, was the first retirement of the race in the 2nd Benetton. And as far as constructors are concerned, there is 1 Ferrari left, Schumacher, 1 McLaren left, Coulthard, 1 Benetton left, Fisichella, 2 Jordans left, and they're both in the top 6, Frentzen and Trulli, 2 BMWs left, Schumacher is 6th, Button is 7th, 15 seconds behind his teammate, 2 Arrows left, Verstappen and De La Rosa, 8th and 9th, 1 BAR, Ricardo Zonta. Hang on in Brackley, it looks as though your man is going to be in the top 10, and 1 Minardi, Gaston Mazzacane is 11th and last.
Yes, Frentzen is launching a fairly mighty attack on Fisichella in 3rd place. Would be a good return for Flavio Briatore to the Benetton team if they get a podium, and I'm sure he'll take a little bit of the credit, knowing Flav, but they've got to hang on yet, because Frentzen took a full 2.5 seconds out of Fisichella last time around. The gap now down to just 6.8 for that final position, providing the 2 ahead of them keep going. The final position on the podium.
Yeah, but Coulthard is again attacking too. Lap 67 out of 71, and Coulthard hacked time out of Schumacher's lead, which at the end of the lap that he's on now, at the end of the lap he was on before, is 9.7 seconds. So David Coulthard, who was so happy with the handling of the McLaren, now sees an opportunity to improve his position in the McLaren team in comparison with Mika Häkkinen, who retired so long ago. And these are going to be the first year 2000 World Championship points for McLaren if, I don't know what they're showing us, I think it was Wolfgang Schattling, actually, the public relations man from the Mercedes team, climbing up the ladder there.
I think it was the chap with the checkered flag, wasn't it, Murray?
Oh, I apologise. But anyway, David Coulthard is now on his 68th lap with 3 to go after this one, and 9 seconds behind Michael Schumacher. Looking good for Ferrari for their 2nd race win in 2 races in the year 2000. Here he is. It's in another 10 for what he's looking good now. Just look at the body language of the car.
I don't know which bit you're looking at particularly there, Murray. Which bit of the bodywork you're looking at?
The whole stance of the car on the circuit, the speed he's going, the lines he's taking, look to me as though he's in a good race-winning position, because he's now coming through to complete his 68th lap, and it's a 71-lap race. He's got 3 laps to go at the end of this one, and we'll check on how far behind David Coulthard is as the 11 runners go through, and the Ferrari people have almost literally got their fingers crossed. 68 laps completed for Michael Schumacher. Behind him you see the 2 BMW Williams of Ralf Schumacher and Jenson Button, and you can see how close Jenson is to his teammate. Now, I hope he's not going to try and get past Ralf Schumacher, assuming that the German hasn't got a problem, because he's not going to be at all popular if both BMW Williams ended up off the circuit as a result of a passing move.
I think you find that's Ralf Schumacher chasing down Zonta, who's behind him, because Jenson is falling away. He's now 17 seconds behind Ralf at this time, but there's no doubt about it. Jenson's doing a much better job than the man he replaced, to all of our amazements last year, Alex Zanardi.
Yeah, very sad that, but now just 2 laps almost for Michael Schumacher. He exits the duckbill in 2nd gear, drops downhill into turn 11, Mergulo, starts to climb now, round turn 12, the left-hander. Now the pedal goes down up to Juncao, the left-hander, where Alain Prost went off in the lead, in the wet, in the Williams in 1993. Turn 14, across the finish line, and Michael Schumacher is now on his 70th and last lap but one, as David Coulthard continues to carve into his lead. It is down to 6.7 seconds. It's going to be a lot closer than I thought it was, but as I've said many times in the past, catching is one thing, getting past is quite another, particularly when the man in front of you is Michael Schumacher, who lost last year's race to Mika Häkkinen by just 5 seconds.
And of course, David Coulthard would have to clear those 2 cars behind Michael, Zonta and Ralf Schumacher, before he could even get a look at the gearbox of that Ferrari. I think Michael was definitely, there was some little drama going on in the middle of the race. Maybe it was to give us all a bit more excitement, but now Michael's car, as you said, is fully up to speed.
Well, he certainly did that. Round the duckbill again, down to the Mergulo again, starts to climb again up to the Junção. This is the end of the 70th lap coming up, and the start of the 71st and last 2.7-mile lap at Interlagos, which has not been a satisfactory circuit for Michael Schumacher in the last year or so, but he's won twice here already. He won in 94, he won in 95, he was second last year, he was third in 98. It was just 1996 that was a bad year for him, his first year with Ferrari, and it really does look as though Michael Schumacher is going to make it 10 points in Brazil, as he made it 10 points in Australia, to increase his lead in the World Championship. Rubens Barrichello, out of the race, of course, was second in Australia, and Ferrari are going to increase their Constructors' Championship lead as well. A copybook, magnificent race for Michael Schumacher, and yet another indication, proof of the incredible tactical skill of Ferrari technical director Ross Brawn, who's called it right yet again with another unique strategy which fooled all of us. And Schumacher makes the last climb at Interlagos and sets his sights in the Ferrari to cross the line at 180 miles an hour, and he does so. Michael Schumacher wins in Brazil, 2 races, 2 wins, 20 World Championship points. David Coulthard finishes 4.3 seconds behind him. An even closer finish between Ferrari and McLaren than last year. But last year, it was a McLaren that won and a Ferrari second. This year, the tables have been turned. And Michael Schumacher's confidence in the car himself and his championship chances have been more than underlined. David Coulthard then in second place. We just wait for Fisichella to come home and complete the podium. There he is. Fisichella finishes third for Benetton. Great race for Ferrari, except for Barrichello, of course. Excellent race for Benetton.
Yes, Frentzen just 2.3 seconds behind at the end of the race. Not quite enough laps left for him to get up behind Fisichella. Ferrari mechanics, well, they're on a roll, aren't they? 2 wins from 2. That's already 26 points in the bag before we even head back into Europe.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to work out in my mind what the Constructors' Championship is behind. Williams, of course, have got a World Championship point. 5 World Championship points to Jordan for their 4th and 5th places from Heinz-Harald Frentzen and Jarno Trulli. 4 World Championship points for the sole Benetton to finish in 3rd place, that of Giancarlo Fisichella. But Michael Schumacher continues commandingly to lead the World Championship for drivers, and Ferrari do the same thing in the Constructors' World Championship. A really, really interesting and probably very, very significant race in Brazil. My heart goes out to Rubens Barrichello and to Brazil, because if there's one thing that people here wanted to do was to see their Rubinho do well. He's never done really well on his home circuit and his home country, and sadly, yet again, he has not done so.
Well, Ralf Schumacher finished 6th to get the final point. You won't be seeing him racing across the line because they were lapped. Of course, they cannot finish the next lap then. The leader went over the line, so all those laps behind Michael Schumacher. Ralf in 6th, Jenson Button 7th, Verstappen 8th, De La Rosa 9th, Zonta 10th, and the last runner, Mazzacane.
The funny thing is that James Allen with Ross Brawn.
Ross, what an unbelievable Grand Prix. First of all, did Michael have some sort of problem in the mid-50 laps, somewhere around there?
Yeah, the car wasn't so good then for some reason. We're not sure why, but when we wanted him to push, he couldn't. And then on the next set of tyres, it came good. In fact, it was all right towards the end of that stint, but there was a little period in the middle when things weren't working very well.
Now, I know that you're going up to the podium now because you're the guy who put amazing strategy. You must be really pleased with that.
Well, we tried something because obviously they were in front of us and they make good starts. So it was good to see some overtaking anyway.
Well, everyone in England's proud of you, Ross. Great day.
I was talking about the BMW situation because they've got what is regarded as an old-fashioned engine for their re-entry to their Grand Prix racing in comparison with the Ferrari and Mercedes-Benz engines and the Honda engines in particular, but they've been jolly successful with it. Ralf Schumacher, third position on the podium in Melbourne, and now another point here in Brazil, and Jenson Button finishes his second Grand Prix in his short career, and he's finished it just a few seconds behind Ralf Schumacher. As Michael talks to David Coulthard, that's Jos Verstappen in the black overalls with the orange lettering. He can be very pleased with himself, actually. 8th position, and Ross Brawn there and Michael Schumacher embrace for the umpteenth time. They make a tremendously powerful partnership. They were together at Benetton, and one of the first things that Schumacher did when he joined Ferrari in '96 was to persuade Ross Brawn and Rory Byrne from Benetton to join Ferrari, and the results speak for themselves.
Well, not a great day for the Brazilian fans here, who are already flooding out of the grandstands and heading home. Diniz didn't even start, as you know. Sauber's pulled out of the race. Zonta, their best runner, in 10th and last but one. Barrichello blowing up. Really not a good day for the Brazilian drivers and their very energetic fans.
Well, on the left, Jenson Button with his hand to his face can proudly say he has finished his first Grand Prix for BMW Williams, and he's finished it in 7th place, just 1 point off the points. One place off the points.
Just to remind you, they're queuing up to be weighed to check the cars will be weighed later on, and they check the weight of the drivers to make sure there's no great variation from when they weighed them at the beginning of the season. A few people were known in the early days of this weighing system to take on several litres of water for a false weight. So now this is the system put into place to make sure that the weights are very accurate. And then obviously there's a period of time now while the cars are in parc fermé and they have to be checked for legality.
So let's recap. Yet another victory for Michael Schumacher. It is his 37th Grand Prix win, to move him even closer to the top point scorers of all time, Alain Prost and the great Ayrton Senna. Another win for Ferrari. Michael Schumacher extends his Drivers' Championship lead. Ferrari extend their Constructors' Championship lead. Ferrari have now got 26 points in comparison with McLaren and Benetton, who tie for second place on 6. Williams and Jordan tie on 5 points for 4th position, and BAR are on 4th position, on 4 points for 6th place. So Ferrari looking mighty, mighty strong. And Michael Schumacher is 14 points ahead of Barrichello in 2nd position. And David Coulthard is on the same number of points. The podium in the centre, Michael Schumacher, winner in Brazil. On the left, David Coulthard, 2nd for McLaren. On the right, Fisichella, 3rd for Benetton. 3 very happy men, and Ross Brawn on the left is going to take the Constructors' Trophy for Ferrari as the German national anthem sounds out for Michael Schumacher. Quite a solemn Michael Schumacher, breaking into a smile there. It's the Italian national anthem for Ferrari. Well, one of the greatest drivers of all time, no doubt, Michael Schumacher. I think he's going to receive his trophy from one of the greatest footballers of all time, the great Pelé. On goes the mandatory cap. So, Ferrari on a roll. Pelé gives the magnificent trophy to Michael Schumacher. McLaren have got a lot to do, but knowing them, they won't give up, they'll fight back, and Mercedes and everybody associated with them. They may be down a bit after Australia and Brazil, but they will be in there developing and improving the car with the knowledge that there are still 15 Grand Prix to go, and anything can happen in this season, which has begun so well for Schumacher and for Ferrari. Ross Brawn on the left takes the Constructors' Trophy.
Will be presented by Reginaldo Bufessal, President of the CBA.
And you heard that? David Coulthard receives the award for second place. 4.3 seconds behind Michael Schumacher. 6 World Championship points.
Yes, he said on the line, didn't he? I'll have some points today, is what I need today. So he'll be moderately satisfied, I would think. But just 4.3 behind Michael, although Michael was definitely pacing himself towards the end.
There was a bit of a spat between Ferrari and McLaren in the form of Ross Brawn for Ferrari and Ron Dennis for McLaren after Australia, when Ron Dennis criticised the Ferrari strategy, and Ross Brawn said, I don't think Ron Dennis understands it. Well, it was a new strategy today, and it succeeded for Ferrari.
Thank you, Murray, and thanks to Martin as well. I should tell you there is a superb night ahead of you here on ITV. Coronation Street coming up next, the return of Chris Tarrant and Millionaire, plus a Robson Green special. But we will be right back to wrap up the Brazilian Grand Prix.
At the Brazilian Grand Prix 2000, Michael Schumacher, David Coulthard and Giancarlo Fisichella. Michael, fantastic result, fantastic race and a fantastic start. Talk us through your first lap.
Yeah, I mean, we made definitely some improvements to our start strategy. I think we got the hand on that, and I almost was able to catch Mika straight away, but I didn't want to take too much risk, and obviously he was not too keen to let me by, which luckily, through our strategy, we were able to do that in, right after the first lap. It was quite entertaining. I mean, it doesn't happen too often that you have between the leaders a real fight and overtaking, so I enjoyed that. It was a long time ago.
Talking about your strategy, you came in for your first pit stop just as you hit the traffic. Was that coincidence or was that a change of strategy?
It was a change of strategy, honestly, yeah. I mean, we wanted to use the situation, and I think it worked fairly well. We had a bit of vibration in the second turn. The tyre had turned again, like in Melbourne, and the rim caused a little bit of upsetment to the car. Wasn't handling as perfect. But we were prepared for staying out very, very long at the second stop, so in my view, it would have worked out.
Now, about 15 laps from the end, you had a couple of very slow laps. I mean, I think 4 seconds slower than normal. Was there a small problem?
We had a little problem towards the end, which we just took care. I mean, I guess it wasn't necessary to drive that slow, but I mean, we had the lead and we had so much margin, so I just took it very easy. I was able to respond anytime.
And which bit of the car was giving the problem?
Ask the team.
Thanks, Michael. David, congratulations on your second place, getting 6 points to kick off your championship, but you seem to have a very lonely race. Is that how it was?
Yeah, no, it was... first of all, I didn't get my start quite right. I was all hooked up, ready to go, but the lights didn't change quite when I wanted them to, so that meant I hesitated, and that's obviously where I lost some time there. And then very early on, I lost third gear, so I did the whole race using only fourth and upwards. And you know, obviously the first two sectors, or the first sector I should say, you don't lose too much time, but middle sector and the last sector I was very slow out the last corner, and obviously even though Rubens made a mistake on the second lap or third lap, whenever it was, he was still easily able to tow past me on the straight because I was slow onto it.
Now there's been a lot of discussion in the press over the last couple of weeks is who's got the faster car, McLaren or Ferrari? Do you think we've seen today that Ferrari are quicker?
Well, I think you need to, you know, why do we have to decide today? I think you need to look and wait at the end of the season, and then you can decide. People are so impatient today, you know, and people just want.
But are you happy with the performance of the car today, considering?
No, I'm not, because I lost a gear, and to get the maximum out of the car, you need to have all the gears, you know. To not use third and second for the race is just not at all a quick way to drive, and I lost the radio as well, so it meant that I couldn't relay the information to the team. Had to pay attention.
Radio was better.
Yeah, better. Had to pay attention, obviously, for the board very closely to make sure I got my stop right. So all in all, it was a very difficult race, but to get 6 points out of this sort of situation, I have to say I'm quite happy with, because I could feel fourth starting to go about 20 laps from the end, and then I just started to be very careful with the down changes and the RPMs of which I was using it. And so from that point of view, I'm happy I was able to get the car home.
I mean, do you know what happened to your teammate? Do you know what happened to Mika?
Well, as I mentioned a few months ago, I never had a radio, so I haven't had a chance since coming out of the car, going to the podium and coming here, so no, I don't.
Thanks, David. Giancarlo, Renault took over the team just a few days ago and you're suddenly on the podium. You must be delighted.
Yeah, sure, it's a great result. I am very pleased for this third place. It was my target, to be honest. Already yesterday I understood the possibility to get on the podium. So I would like to say thank you very much to the Benetton team, and hope to have a better car even in the future. And for that I am very confident.
Now you ran a very, very long first stint, 50 laps. What were the tactics behind that?
Yes, at the beginning I was in trouble because the car was very difficult to drive with a lot of fuel. It was so much heavy, and there was a lot on the steering, and sometimes even snap oversteering. But then after 15, 20 laps, there was a very good behavior, and I pushed so hard, and I gained my third place for that.
And Giancarlo. Michael, for the last 6 years, the winner of this Grand Prix has gone on to win the World Championship. He won the first 2 races. Is it in the bag already?
I mean, I was told that who wins the first race, like Melbourne, who's winning the championship. Now you tell me who is winning, Brazilian is winning the championship. So out of your prediction, I can go home and don't need to drive the rest of the year, I guess. Huh? So I don't care, honestly, about this statistic, because they're worth, obviously, not very much. They're proven too many times wrong.
Now, obviously, we're next off to Imola, which is Ferrari's virtual home circuit. Will there be some changes on the car for there?
Yeah. No, we have consistent development, obviously, in program, and we suspect to have an improved version of the Ferrari in Imola.
Thank you, Michael. Now a word from yourself and Giancarlo, your own languages. Michael.
Ich meine, ich weiß gar nicht so richtig, was ich sagen soll, weil es ist sicherlich ein richtig schönes Wochenende wieder mal gewesen. Auch hier war eigentlich schade, dass Mika ausgefallen ist, weil es wäre mit Sicherheit spannend geworden zum Schluss durch die verschiedenen Strategien, die wir geplant haben, wer da wirklich wann, zu welcher Zeit rausgekommen wäre, auf welcher Position. Nichtsdestotrotz war es zum einen ein anstrengendes Rennen, das war zu erwarten von der Strecke hier. Unser Auto hat bis auf im zweiten Stint außer Vibration zum Schluss ein paar kleinere Probleme gehabt, aber die waren meines Erachtens nach nicht ganz so gravierend. Ich habe langsamer gemacht natürlich, weil ich einen großen Vorsprung hatte und habe das Auto sicher ins Ziel gefahren. Ansonsten bin ich natürlich froh, 20 Punkte jetzt auf dem Konto zu haben, weil die werden wir bitter nötig haben. Die Saison wird noch sehr lang, sehr hart und sehr schwierig und ich hoffe, dass es reichen wird. Danke ans Team und alle, die mich unterstützt haben.
Thank you, Michael. And Giancarlo.
Ovviamente sono contentissimo di questo risultato che mi aspettavo e speravo. E sapevo che era molto difficile, però già ieri ho visto che la macchina c'era e quindi ho detto bisogna tenere duro che si può fare. Alla fine abbiamo avuto la meglio, sono stato molto contento per me e per il mio team che ringrazio tanto. E all'inizio era molto...
Pasquale.
The winning constructor represented here.
Back with us at Interlagos, Sao Paulo. Michael Schumacher, the championship favourite this year, has won the Brazilian Grand Prix in great style. And right from the start, Tony Jardine, we knew the double world champion meant business.
He's all fired up, isn't he? He had a long winter layoff. You know, he got into trouble with Luca Di Montezemolo when he phoned him through. And his daughter said, Daddy's put his football boots on. He wanted him in to make an early comeback. But look at this aggression right from the start. OK, he was on lighter fuel tanks. But Mika Häkkinen doing a great block there at the start and through the centre S's. And Mika on the heavier fuel load there. And David Coulthard holding into the third place. Jenson Button dropped down to about 12th place this up. But just watch here. Schumacher trying to go round the outside and Decidó del Lago at the bottom of the hill from 185 miles per hour. He meant business right from the word go.
One great thing about this place, it might be a little bit bumpy in Interlagos, but you can overtake here, can't you? And he threatened and harried the world champion Häkkinen early on.
This is why it's such a driver's circuit, and this is why Michael Schumacher excels here. This is why he's never finished lower than 5th. In 9 times that he's been here. He's now got 3 wins. And there's a washboard effect right here on top in the braking area. And you can see the dust being kicked off. Häkkinen stays out wide. He knows he's got to let him through at the end of lap 1 as he gets away. And that on the lighter fuel load going for this 2-stop strategy. Away goes Michael Schumacher. And at the same time, Rubens was doing it to David Coulthard,
yeah,
but there you can see Michael Schumacher. Now here we go, here's Rubens. Now look at him, tracking David Coulthard there. Coulthard takes the perfect line on the apex there, past the pit entrance. Rubens stayed foot to the metal there and got through nicely into turn 1. And at the time, the power listers here went absolutely berserk.
They did. We were wondering about the reasons for that. I mean, he obviously had a lot less fuel on those Ferraris than they did in the McLarens.
Yeah, I mean, a lot less fuel, but there's a lot in it. It's a combination of the traction, the aerodynamics, the engine man. Paolo Martinelli at Ferrari's done a good job. Bulletproof engine normally. It only retired, it only blew up once last year, and that was at San Marino when Irvine went through. And
our little studio shook here when Rubens Barrichello did get past Mika Häkkinen.
Yeah, and Rubens had been held up. He was much, much faster, and he got through, and that was into the second place. Just look at them going berserk there. They built the extra grandstands to cope with the fans there, and nothing really that Häkkinen could do about that. He didn't try anything dirty, anything dodgy. No blocks tried there. Very clean driver, Mika Häkkinen. He's noted for his sportsmanship, and he leaves a gap. He could have closed that gap very easily and kept his line and forced Barrichello around the outside, but he chose not to do that.
As we said before the race, they all thought it was going to be Barrichello's day. It didn't turn out to be, and very unusually, the Ferrari gave up on him.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's difficult to understand because it's a development of last year's very, very successful engine. And above the noise of that engine as it was spluttering, you hear the groans of the crowd almost, because that was desperate in front of the highly packed grandstands over the other side. Bitter disappointment. That's in 8 Grand Prix now. He's just had the one result, that 4th place in the Jordan back in '94 for Rubens. And the whole of Brazil was rooting for him here. And after that, it caught fire in the pits, and the mechanics had to extinguish the flames as well.
Still the most experienced driver not to have ever won a Grand Prix. And Mika Häkkinen then stormed out of the racetrack after he left the scene.
Yeah, and again, this is a problem. We're not quite sure yet what has happened to the car, whether it's gearbox related, engine related, what has gone wrong. Bitterly disappointed, especially after both McLarens went out in Australia.
2 races,
small
no points.
Filter in the compressor, no points. Now, here's the interesting thing. Now it's McLaren that's got to play catch-up. Can they do the same to Ferrari? Ferrari have managed to catch them in the last 3 seasons, but can McLaren do it?
2 races, no points for the world champion, and no points yet for Jenson Button, but goodness me, what a little scrap he had with the Dutchman Jos Verstappen, and really proving what a little star he is already in a star.
I know, this is tremendous, and again it's the presence that he has and the composure in the cockpit. How tempting it must have been for a 20-year-old to really go for it during this race on this, one of the most difficult, bumpy, daunting tracks. Verstappen, one of the most experienced street fighting men, and he goes through into 7th place. Button, well done.
He has got a terrific amount of courage and a terrific amount of ability as young Jenson Button. Let's just confirm the drivers' standings for you, shall we, after a couple of rounds. 20 out of 20 for Michael Schumacher. A three-way tie for second place. Rubens Barrichello in that second Ferrari. Coulthard after his second place here. And Giancarlo Fisichella on the return of Flavio Briatore to Benetton, getting those 6 points. Ralf Schumacher, so consistent last year, of course, 5 for Williams. And then 6th equal Jacques Villeneuve in the VAR, and Heinz Harald Frentzen in the Jordan. Heinz Harald Frentzen, who's going to become a dad for sure, by the way, on Tuesday. When you rejoin us, we're going to be talking to the top two, to Michael Schumacher and to David Coulthard. See you shortly. First victory for Ferrari in Brazil, a tactical triumph that underlines his status as World Championship favourite.
Everything worked very well. We made the improvements we were looking for to make starts very well, and yeah, we were able to prove. I catched one position and I was close to catch Häkkinen as well, so everything was just perfect.
I'm just, disappointed because retiring in front of my public with a car that have a lot of record for its reliability, it's really bad news. But what can I say? I think the public is happy just for the, when I was on the track I was doing okay. So a bit of a mixed emotions for Michael and Ferrari and for myself.
I lost my radio and also third gear very early on in the race, so I made it, as you can imagine, in the infield very difficult to go through there in fourth. And it also meant I couldn't relay that information to the team. I just thought they weren't talking to me first when I spoke to them for a few laps and there was no response. And that was it. So under those circumstances, I just had to be very careful and not go down through the gears, just stay at fourth. In the pit stop, I was very worried that having to obviously come to first gear, otherwise there's no way you could pull away. But thankfully it managed to come out, and I guess under those circumstances, 6 points is good.
We didn't expect to finish fourth and fifth. It gives us 5 points. It's a little bit of a bonus because there was a lot of concern about our reliability, and I think we made big headways at Silverstone last week, and today sort of proved that.
Maybe being a bit too pessimistic because the car doesn't feel that fantastic, but when I look at the times, and I look at the fuel we had on compared to the people I was running with, we actually were bloody quick. So I was just pushing really hard because I thought we were slow. So I was just pushing like hell, and to be honest, I wasn't slow at all. So I'm learning, it's a very different situation being a Ferrari where you're always going to be quick in the race, and if someone's a little bit quicker, they've less fuel, they're doing a two-stop here. They were quicker than me marginally, so I thought maybe they're on a one-stop like me. So I was just pushing like hell, and to be honest, it was impossible to stay with them, and I just made the mistake.
Jenson, well done, your first Grand Prix finish.
Yeah, I wish it was a bit better than it actually was in the end, but
I made a terrible first lap, terrible start. But yeah, it's good to finish the race, but just out of the points, which is a bit of a shame.
I look forward to come to Imola now for all my tifosis and do the same job as last year, hopefully, but I cannot promise it. I mean, don't expect too much. Now we have 20 points lead and we will try our best, but McLaren is very strong, as we have seen today, so it will be not an easy situation for us.
And so that means full marks, 20 out of 20 for Schumacher, a three-way tie, 14 points behind Barrichello, Coulthard and Fisichella, then Ralf Schumacher, followed by Villeneuve and Frentzen. Ferrari, the champions, with a massive 20-point lead in the constructors, followed by McLaren and Benetton, 5 apiece for Williams and Jordan, and BAR on the board as well. Right, let's discuss the race with Martin Brundle and Tony Jardine. Martin, right from the start, Ferrari threw down the gauntlet here.
They obviously chose to start the race with a very light car, low fuel load. Michael put it to good use, didn't he? Quick off the line, already passing David Coulthard down to turn 1 and having a pretty serious go at Häkkinen. Häkkinen blocking him violently there, which he's entitled to do. But already the scene was set. And of course, Michael, especially climbing the hill later on in the lap with that much lighter fuel load, was able to take the lead quite quickly, which I think was quite critical to their strategy for the afternoon. Häkkinen once again defending into turn 3 there, and but not for long.
Some very lively strategy, Ferrari, haven't they?
Well, they were having to compromise because they were on the second row of the grid, so, you know, they chose a clever way of doing that. But of course, as ever, you've got to make it stick. You've got to have the driver that can make it work.
One of the great things about this place, you can overtake, and we saw a real battle between Schumacher and the world champion Mika Häkkinen, and Schumacher finally got past him.
Well, Mika has said, Michael rather has said many times since the end of the race, hey, this was great. To be overtaking for the lead of a Grand Prix is actually quite unusual for me these days. And he said that so many times that in interviews I've seen subsequent to the race.
Same thing coming up again.
And yes, look, here it comes again, a different angle, but Michael really good track position later on the brakes, quite submissive there from Mika in many ways. But this was Barrichello taking Coulthard. Now Coulthard, we know by this stage had already lost the use of first, second and third gears. So he was coming out of the last corner in 4th and slow initially up the hill. So I think it was actually easy meet there for Barrichello.
He did a great job here today, Coulthard, and so did Rubens Barrichello, until unusually his Ferrari gave up and he got past Häkkinen as well, and everybody round Interlagos absolutely loved it, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I mean, once again, Rubens got a good run up the hill. Really, he was so far ahead when he arrived into the first corner braking zone. Look, there's the crowd enjoying themselves, but he was able to take a sort of a reasonable, normal line through the corner. That's the kind of speed advantage he had. Low fuel, good tow in the slipstream of Häkkinen. They pop out the other side of the bridge there, and this is an onboard view of it. Cars bouncing up and down, look, and Rubens up the inside. And you can brake desperately late into that last corner, the first corner rather. It's thrilling to go in there in a Formula 1 car.
Shame for him, Tony. Must have thought it was going to be his day, Barrichello, and then his Ferrari let go in front of his home fans.
Yeah, great shame for the local here, and we're not used to seeing Ferrari engines blowing up. Eddie Irvine's blew up at San Marino last year. This is bad news, this, and a lot of groans from the crowd as well as it's spluttering along there with the engine going. Paolo Martinelli at that time, the man responsible for the engine building at Ferrari, would have checked all his screens then to make sure that Michael Schumacher's engine was still on song and nothing was going wrong with it. And ignominy after this as well, because there was a flame out at the back of the car and they had to extinguish the flames. There we are. But at least Barrichello has fulfilled his dreams of driving a Ferrari in front of his home crowd. He's dreamt of that since he was 8.
Very unusual. Mika Häkkinen stormed out of this place, didn't say a word really to anybody. He's very upset after what happened to his McLaren.
I think he's very upset because of all the winter testing that they've done. They decided to go to make this car reliable and as fast as possible. The engine is smaller, it's lighter than the Mercedes. There is a question mark. Is it more powerful than last year's or not? We understand, we haven't got it confirmed, but falling oil pressure in that car. No points for Mika Häkkinen. A quick wave to the crowd who'd been hurling abuse and coins at him anyway, and he disappeared, and Louise was legging it after him and didn't even get an interview.
Absolutely no point either for Jenson Button, but another big tick for the exciting 20-year-old, just outside the points in 7th place in the Williams. A good showing.
Well, Martin's mate Gerhard Berger says about composure in the cockpit, coping with traffic, dealing with things like this in only his second ever Grand Prix. But again, Martin, I was saying just before the program, Martin said, well, look, you don't often get away with that, especially with someone like Verstappen putting his wheel inside there. And that is for 7th place towards the end of a race. But getting away with it, and Jenson Button gets a tick, I think, from both of us.
Quick final word from you, Martin.
Ferrari looking very strong. I think it wouldn't have been such a walkover if Hakkinen had a clean run and Coulthard didn't have his problem. So we're still in for an exciting charge at the front end.
Europe, here we come, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. Build more grandstands in San Marino and get through the red flags. All the tomato growers will be there.
And so here's your complete Interlagos rundown. Victory and the fastest lap for Michael Schumacher. Fine effort from Coulthard, McLaren's only point so far. Fisichella on the podium for Benetton. Dared to be Frentzen and Trulli, 4 and 5 for Jordan, and another point for the younger Schumacher. A lap adrift, Jenson Button in the second Williams, very encouraging that. Verstappen 8th in the Orange Arrows, followed by teammate De La Rosa. Zonta, the only Brazilian to finish, 10th for BAR. Mazzacani, the last official finisher for Minardi. Johnny Herbert's gearbox went in the Jaguar. Genet had engine failure. Hackinen's McLaren had an oil pressure problem. Barrichello's hydraulics failed. Irvine blamed himself for spinning off. Gearbox trouble for Villeneuve. Electrics went in Alesi's Prost. Teammate Heidfeld had engine failure. And Wirtz departed early for the same reason. The Saubers withdrew before the start. A reminder, another chance to see this show, ITV2, tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. And in a couple of weeks' time, we're with those old tomato growers in Imola for the San Marino Grand Prix, live qualifying on the Saturday from 11:30 in the morning, and the race live from 12:15 on the Sunday. So then Michael Schumacher and Ferrari have hit the ground running. As we head for Italy, they won't be short of support there. Good night to you all.
Go! Nice one, Hakkinen. Michael Schumacher attacks and gets through.
Tonight, the official result of the Brazilian Grand Prix was still subject to some further inspection of car number 2, David Coulthard's McLaren, which crossed the line in 2nd place.
If you would like to know more about Formula One, the website address sponsored by F1 Racing Magazine is www.itv-f1.com.
Walton von Prost Peugeot zu dem Doppelausfall.
You lost both cars in quick succession. What took them out?
Unfortunately, Nick had a problem with the engine, and Jean had a problem selecting gear going into the corner, so it just wouldn't. He tried to call for the gears and they just wouldn't come. So we're not really sure whether it's an electronic problem or not. So we just have to wait till the car gets back.
Very bad luck, thanks.
Also ein Motorproblem bei Nick Heidfeld, das war klar, und ein Getriebe haben. Gary Anderson zu der Situation Eddie Irvine.
Gary Anderson, just seen Eddie go off, but from the replay, it didn't look like a normal spin. Was there a mechanical problem?
Don't know. I think he just lost it when he turned it going into that corner. The way it comes up over a hill, there's a bit of a bump there, but he just said he just lost it.
Johnny's car running okay?
Sorry, yeah, everything's going okay at the minute.
Thanks a lot.
Ja, im Moment sagt er, läuft das Auto von Johnny. Hello Rubens, what was the reason for your dropout in this race?
Basically I had a problem with the hydraulics, so unfortunately I lost the power steering, the throttle. I lost every little bit. The throttle wasn't working anymore, the gears were not working, so I had to retire.
How was the car before the dropout? It looks that it was pretty competitive. You were very fast.
Yeah, it was going quite well. I was having a good time. You know, I had to take a lot of wing off to overtake the McLarens. And you know, the car was drivable. It was quick, but it was a little bit tricky. But anyway, I think I could compete with Michael's times. So I was quite happy with the situation. So it was a pity that we had to retire, you know, in front of my people.
Have you been on a two-stop strategy or one-stop strategy, Rubens?
As you could see, I had to stop another time.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry about the backup. Sorry, Rubens.
Thank you.
Also. Hello, Eddie. Sorry about your dropout. What was the reason for the crash?
Really, just pushing too hard. I thought we were slower than we were, and I was trying to keep up with Trulli. He was on a much different strategy, so was Verstappen. So just pushing too hard, really. But it's pleasantly surprised by our pace in the race, considering how much fuel we had on board. So things are looking good for the future.
How long do you think you will clear up the technical problems you've obviously with Jaguar Ford? And the car will be.
I don't know how long it's going to take. Between Australia and here, it's impossible to do anything. Basically, now we start to work and we start to improve. But I have to say, I've been pleasantly surprised. You know, we've qualified 7th, we've qualified 6th. I was running quite easily there on a good pace with the amount of fuel I had on board. But really overreacted when I seen Verstappen coming whenever he was on a much different strategy. So I think we're both learning all the time. Me in my new position in this team, and the team, you know, is building as well. So I think we have a big future.
Okay, Eddie, thank you very much, and see you then in Imola. Ja, Leistung des Jaguars hier auf diesem schwierigen Kurs.
It's a very short race. You started by problems on the grid. What happened there?
Yeah, I think we had engine problems straight away, because whenever I lifted off the throttle, my engine died, so extinguished. And this happened just when I wanted to go at the green flag lap. Happened when I came back to the start, so I was rolling into the pits. We kind of restarted, and it was just a question of time until the engine went off completely. On the straight, I was just pulling into 4th gear, so 200 clicks. So it was just very disappointing for me.
Are you taking heart from how well Giancarlo's doing, though?
Well, I'll cross the fingers at the moment for him that he's keeping the 3rd place. Would be a great push for the team. You know, Renault came on board and everything turns to be nice. Certainly at the moment for one car. And I'm going to be sure from Imola on also for me, because I have the speed. We saw in all the practices. And so Giancarlo and me going to fight very hard now to score points like he's doing today.
Alex, thanks very much. Hard luck.
Ja, leider ein Problem für Alexander Wurz-Smith. Hello, James Robinson. What do you think about the performance of both of your drivers in this race?
Well, it's obviously we got held up very early in the race and couldn't make the best use of the strategy, but obviously both guys still running out there, which is good. And Jensen having a superb drive, good manoeuvre past Verstappen. Then.
So you proved with this battle with Jos Verstappen that he's really a class driver in this on this very difficult circuit in this very difficult race, right?
Yes, obviously a very different race. Good to see Jensen, never been here before, and doing a superb job.
And both cars run without any problem, I assume. Okay, die letzte Frage ist nicht mehr angekommen.
Bit of vibration towards the end, and the car was a little bit more difficult to drive. But otherwise, the car was very, very great, no problems, and was quite a tough race anyway, even though there was not much pressure.
Yeah, well done again, Michael. Great job.
Das war die Stimme von Michael Schumacher, der sagt, es war ein sehr...
Fellow Briton Jenson Button moves up into the points and sets a new record. Peter Staunton explains.
David Coulthard was hoping his luck had changed after a depressing start to the season. No points from the first race in Australia because of a breakdown. He qualified second in Brazil, survived a terrible start with eventual winner Schumacher getting past him. Then ran a lonely race, coming in second with 6 points. McLaren were at last off the mark, or so they thought.
So all in all, it was a very difficult race, but to get 6 points out of this sort of situation, I have to say I'm quite happy with.
But even while he was speaking, his car was already undergoing the routine post-race inspection. Every part measured to the millimetre to make sure the car is within the tight regulations. And it wasn't. One small section of the front wing, which should have been 50 millimetres above the ground, was illegal. It's allowed to slip to 45, but the part was, they claimed, only 43 millimetres above the ground. The climax to last season was almost wrecked by the Ferrari bargeboard scandal. Schumacher's car was reinstated despite the team admitting they'd made a mistake. McLaren say the bumpy track was what caused the part to move. Team boss Ron Dennis is sure to fight the decision all the way. But if it stands, Britain's Jenson Button will inherit 6th place. He'd become the youngest driver ever to get in the points. Peter Staunton, ITN Sport.
The main
Over the outcome of his appeal against his disqualification from the Brazilian Grand Prix the other weekend. He arrived in Paris this morning to the International Court of Appeal, where it's sitting to hear the case. You'll remember he was disqualified when the front wing of his car failed an inspection after the race. McLaren claimed the car had been damaged by the bumpy and uneven surface on the Interlagos track. Pete Sampras. Against his disqualification from the Brazilian Grand Prix. The Scot says there was no foul play in association with his McLaren. He claims it was all down to the bumpy track.
This is where a five-strong panel on the FIA's appeal body will deliver its decision today. David Coulthard remains upbeat and optimistic that the panel will find in his favour.
Just put forward the case that led to the car not being within the regulations at the end of the race, when quite clearly it started the race within the regulations, and unusual circumstances with the very bumpy nature of that track. So hopefully the FIA will have a positive ruling.
Ferrari were involved in a similar appeal when the sports governing body decided their cars had illegal turning vanes during last year's Malaysian Grand Prix. The vanes seen here in these red covers. And that decision was successfully overturned by the Italians. What happened in Brazil elevated Jenson Button into 6th place, making him the youngest driver to win a Formula One point. But as far as McLaren is concerned, it should never have happened. And Button's temporary achievement could come to an end today if the FIA chooses to find favour with McLaren's case. Mark Bishop, Sky News.
Finally, he said, disappointment for David Coulthard this morning and his McLaren Formula One team, because his appeal against disqualification from the Brazilian Grand Prix 9 days ago has failed. A five-man panel set up by the sports governing body decided to back the steward's expulsion of his car. They decided immediately after the Interlagos race that the bodywork on the front wing of the second McLaren didn't conform to the rules. Coulthard was confident of overturning the decision when he talked yesterday, but the result now means Michael Schumacher has a 20-point advantage over the world champion Mika Häkkinen in a Drivers' Championship, and Ferrari hold a 26-point lead over pointless McLaren in the Constructors' table. And, of course, in addition to that, Jenson Button keeps his point for coming 6th in that race in Brazil.
Has lost his appeal against disqualification from the Brazilian Grand Prix. Coulthard tried to get himself reinstated into 2nd place in the race by appealing in Paris, but the court backed the steward's decision to disqualify him because of an illegal front wing on his car. It means Britain's Jenson Button stays in 6th place and keeps his first Grand Prix point.
The headlines again: the safety of using
già da lunedì scorso con il collaudatore Luca Badoer.
Abbiamo fatto molte partenze in questi giorni, come avrete visto, quindi strategie per tutto quello che riguarda il fare una buona partenza. E non ti spiego il dettaglio, però abbiamo fatto dei miglioramenti sensibili in questi giorni. Adesso continuiamo a lavorare in questo senso e vediamo se poi porteremo questa novità a Imola.
Lo start è da sempre un tallone d'Achille delle rosse e di Schumacher in special modo. Lo studio dell'efficienza delle monoposto al via ha già dato i suoi frutti nel Gran Premio del Brasile, ma non è solo questa l'arma in più che dovrebbe avere il tedesco dopo le 2 gare vittoriose nell'altro emisfero al rientro in Europa nel cuore del tifo ferrarista. Qual è il lavoro in questi giorni? Semplicemente dice migliorare la monoposto facendo il setup per Imola e provando parti nuove top secret sulla macchina. La stampa brasiliana dice che hai dimenticato il premio là, è vero?
No.
No, volevo fare un regalo. Fa l'occhiolino, quasi a voler far intravedere un possibile amore brasiliano, ma è noto il profondo affetto che lo lega alla moglie Corinna. Poi spiega che d'abitudine i piloti lasciano il premio per scherzare con lo champagne e per andare alla conferenza stampa. È normale, solo che io inavvertitamente, confesso, ho messo il mio piatto dietro al podio e siccome era molto sottile, forse l'incaricato del ritiro non l'ha visto. E la situazione di Coulthard è la stessa della Ferrari in Malesia?
No, I cannot say.
No. Condanna con durezza il tedesco, quello che è fuori dalle regole è fuori dalle regole e noi in Malesia eravamo in regola. In attesa del verdetto di Parigi la McLaren è a 0, ma in ogni caso il tedesco dispone di un vantaggio di 20 punti su Häkkinen. Lo scorso anno Schumacher ad Imola vinse con un bis nel 2000, il campione del mondo in carica sarebbe già alla terza gara in seria difficoltà.
La Formula 1 con il risultato deciso a posteriori non è purtroppo una novità di quest'anno. L'angoscia di domenica scorsa al termine del Gran Premio del Brasile, con il fondopiatto della Ferrari di Schumacher grattugiato sull'asfalto di Interlagos, non può che ricordare l'identico problema accaduto sempre a Schumi nel 1994. Gran Premio del Belgio, 28 agosto. Vince la Benetton di Schumacher davanti alla Williams di Damon Hill e alla McLaren di Häkkinen. Ma le verifiche post-gara appurano che lo scalino di legno posizionato sotto il fondopiatto della Benetton è usurato più di quanto conceda il regolamento. Colpa di un testacoda su un cordolo di cui Schumacher è rimasto vittima al 19° giro. Tanto basta a strappare a lui e alla Benetton il successo conquistato sul campo e neppure la richiesta di appello presentata alla FIA cambierà il risultato. E veniamo a Coulthard, all'alettone anteriore della sua McLaren trovato irregolare domenica in Brasile. In questo caso il ricordo di qualcosa di simile è molto più recente. Domenica 17 ottobre 1999. Le Ferrari di Irvine e Schumacher, primo e secondo in gara, vengono squalificate dal collegio dei commissari del Gran Premio di Malesia. Colpa di una paratia laterale all'abitacolo, la cui base eccede di 1 centimetro rispetto al regolamento. Il resto è cronaca ancora fresca. L'appello presentato dalla Ferrari, la decisione positiva alle rosse presa dal Tribunale d'Appello FIA a Parigi, il mondiale è riaperto per la successiva e ultima gara iridata, in Giappone, dove, per inciso, tutto questo non aiuta Irvine a centrare il titolo piloti, ma questa è un'altra storia.
Lunedì a Parigi verrà discusso l'appello fatto dalla McLaren contro la squalifica subita in Brasile da Coulthard. Vediamo cos'è successo. Questo è il muso della vettura del pilota scozzese. Il muso deve avere gli alettoni e le paratie a 5 cm dal piano di riferimento. Invece in gara, lo vedete, il muso si era inclinato all'indietro, era uscito dalla regola, dalla norma per ben 7 mm. Cerchiamo di capire con l'aiuto di un disegno come viene misurata un...
Interlagos Gate, sì, ricorre già in tribunale.
Insomma, mister Ron Dennis, la McLaren deve viaggiare più alta da terra.
È una parola, Mr. Bauer. Sono 2 Gran Premi che tocchiamo il fondo.
Dopo la gara di Interlagos, Michael Schumacher guida la classifica con 20 punti, seguito da Giancarlo Fisichella a 8 punti. Terzo è Rubens Barrichello con 6 punti. Quarto è Ralf Schumacher con 6 punti. Heinz-Harald Frentzen a 4 punti. Sesto è Jacques Villeneuve con 3 punti, insieme a Jarno Trulli. Chiudono la classifica Riccardo Zonta con 1 punto e l'esordiente Jenson Button con 1 punto. Ecco la classifica costruttori. Guida naturalmente la Ferrari con 26 punti, seconda è la Benetton con 8 punti, terza è la Jordan con 7 punti a pari merito con la Williams 7 punti, ultima la Bar con 4 punti. Queste le classifiche in attesa del verdetto sul ricorso McLaren.
Bravo.